Yo, welcome to this unexpected little bonus stream. Hello. Thank you so much for joining me. It's a long weekend in Canada, which made me think that I was gonna spend all weekend out doing stuff. But today is so cold. Today is so cold. You can tell because I'm wearing a sweater. Today is so cold. I knew that today I would just be mostly staying inside all day anyways. So I thought that if I was going to be staying inside all day anyways, I would come here on stream and I would just tease the fuck out of you. I'd just really tease the fuck out of you. Oh yeah. To be honest, I was just like, you've had too much peace in your life. You need to be punished. And I know that if I'm not here to do it, then it's not going to get done appropriately. It's not going to get done right. I could leave it up to you to punish yourselves, but I know that you need me. I know. Yeah, Victoria Day. It's Victoria Day, which is kind of the same as May 2/4 that they celebrate down in the States. And in Canada, we try to match up our holidays a little bit with the United States. So we're like, yeah, Victoria Day. That's perfect. May 2/4 Victoria Day. We just got so spoiled. We just got so spoiled the last little while with the weather to the point that somebody in the Toronto subreddit posted this beautiful shot of downtown with the city skyline in the background and the sun shining and the trees all beautiful and blooming. And their title of their post was, "I love summer in Toronto." And then obviously the top comment was, "It's spring." It's spring. We've just been getting this really, really amazingly beautiful, fucking hot, gorgeous spring. It's why I'm so tanned. Can you see my tan line? Look how tanned I am. Tan I am. I want to make it rhyme, but it doesn't. Hey guys, Somerset Young asks, you guys ever spend $3K on a campsite, vow to quit this forever, and then find yourself right back up at Invader V stream? I'm gonna make you hurt. I'm gonna hurt you. But the best part about me hurting you is that it's all consensual because you brought yourself here. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so funny. I love it. I'm gonna wreck your fucking life. Ooh. Ooh, I'm gonna make you regret every minute that you had in this day here today on this Monday day. Yeah, 3K, those are rookie numbers. By the time I'm done with you, we're gonna put another digit on that. Can I am works? It does kind of rhyme. Isn't that interesting? Thank God for the M in the N. I see the tan. I love my little tan. I love it. It makes me feel so jazzy, so fun, so fresh, so drunk. It makes me feel so drunk. Yeah, I'm tea drunk. Give me my tea drunk. Oh, wow. I love you. Oh, I was kind of hoping to inspire ire. Yeah. Dashing says, I'll sit outside more once the sun is more consistent. You can still get a tan through the clouds, is what people tell me. And I think I've gotten a sunburn on a cloudy day for sure. But it's not the same as sitting there in the sun and feeling that fucking radiation permeate all of your goddamn cells. It's exquisite. It makes a huge difference when the sun is actually out, rather than it just being overcast and warm. Not that I don't like overcast and warm. I'm okay with overcast and warm as well. You are definitely inspiring something. Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm inspiring you to reconsider all of your fucking life choices. Oh, yeah. Oh, and just to make sure that we don't get in trouble, I am obviously wearing my fun little shorts underneath. Yay! There are fun little shorts underneath, but the shorts are so short and the sweater is so big. It's a constant battle for who gets to be seen and who gets to be enjoyed. And that's just the way life is too. Always a constant. Who's gonna get the most enjoyment out of this stream? Who is going to enjoy stream the most? I'm excited to find out. It's always a mystery. Uh-oh. I aspirated. I drank a little bit of my tea and a little bit went down the wrong way. One second. Okay. That could have been bad. Have you ever gone down the wrong way? Aslan, you're getting a ban. Sorry, you're so annoying. He's not even talking to me, really. He's not talking to anybody else in chat. He's just like spamming nonsense in chat. And, okay, please don't judge me. I'm not a mean girl. No, Bubba, I know. But you guys, you have to understand that this person has also made multiple Instagram accounts to DM me as well. And he has been DMing me for years, this same kind of like unconnected inner monologue. And so I've been trying so hard to just like, it's fine. It's totally fine. He's just like gonna be, I mean, when it's in my Instagram DMs, it's a little bit easier for me to ignore. But when it's in my Twitch chat, it's like, you're just not hinged to me. I'm not saying that he is unhinged. Not saying that he's unhinged. It's just that it's very rarely attached to like anything I'm saying or doing. And also, we have brains in our heads. Thank God for that. I mean, maybe you don't right now because of what I'm wearing and what you want to get me out of. But we also have like our intuition, the thick nervous system in our gut. And I just want to tell you guys that this guy who's been messaging me for years and years and years and years on Instagram, just like saying, occasionally, oh, Randy Llama, thank God for you. Thank God for you, Randy Llama. Blessings. Where's our alert, though? Do I need to refresh the overlay? Let's try that. I get tons of DMs, absolutely, and sometimes they'll be very much connected to what I'm posting. I'm in a little blue dress. I post myself in my little blue dress, and I have people write messages like, I love your little blue dress. You're so gorgeous in this dress. Just like stuff like that. Or even grosser stuff like, I'm jerking myself off as hard as possible to you in your little blue dress. Totally fun, totally cool, all those regular things. Some of the DMs that I get from people, though, very much make me feel like they are on their own journey. They are doing their own thing. It's not connected to me whatsoever. But the fact that I'm the recipient of it, the fact that I feel like I might be the only audience member to it, makes me feel like I'm being pulled into a situation that is not of my making. I know. It's also very confusing to just see somebody be like, this person who sent like 6 little messages that are like fairly innocuous, I need to ban them. Oh. I think it was that he was DMing me over and over and over and over and over again, like every single day, the minute I posted anything on Instagram. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. And then all of a sudden it was like a different Aslan with the same profile picture and he's also sending me the same kind of unhinged messages, but he's made a duplicate account of himself, but he's talking. I don't know. I get lots and lots of messages, and it doesn't feel good to be judgmental. I don't know what you guys are going through. I don't get, like, maybe it would make sense. Maybe if I had like a little view in the day of the life of this person, it would make sense to me. Maybe I could be like, oh, okay, I see where he's coming from. This type of conversation is because, like, his whole family talks this way. Who knows? Whew. But also it's, I don't know. I love trying to make, yeah, what are you barking at? I love trying to make conversation. I love trying to connect with people. And I guess I take it not so well if I can see somebody messaging me in a really disconnected way. I guess on some instinctual level, I'm just like, this person and I are not vibing. We're just not vibing. Captain Bong City says, so you're saying it's not cool and mysterious to post your unhinged inner monologue just like straight into your DMs? I know it sounds insane, but I guess that is kind of what I'm saying. I also have my unhinged inner monologue. I just turn on the camera, I stream it for you. I think you're just describing being a female content creator online, to be honest. There's like many different categories of people who are gonna message you when you're like an online woman. There are definitely the like immediately block and delete messages. I got one from somebody who started out by saying, "You're kind of a shit person." Which was great, which was awesome. Oh, dashing, I don't know what that means either. I'm also confused. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. I love it. Secret Genesis, thank you and welcome. Oh. The alerts still aren't popping up. That's no good, right? That's no good, right? I tried refreshing it. Oh, maybe I have to go into Stream Elements and like re-sign in or something. Sometimes that happens. Strelements. Hello, my precious Strelement. I click, click, click. Do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do. Okay. Well, that's good. I tried refreshing it again after I re-signed in. Maybe that'll fix it, who knows? Okay, Dashing, if you wanna, I mean, I don't really see the point of his request. And so it kind of makes me feel like he's just trying to get us to like jump through hoops for him. And so, I don't know. So there's people who will message you things like, "You're kind of a shit person." I love those messages. They make me laugh. He's not wrong. Most people are kind of shit people. That's almost the definition of people. Even like the most beloved, kind-hearted people probably at some point were, you know what? With the exception of Miss Rachel and Mr. Rogers, who else? Yeah, Rightus, exactly, Rightus, yeah. There, like, in general, most people are kind of shit people, and that's good. That's actually a good thing. I think it is wonderful to see somebody being a bit of an asshole, because then it puts into perspective that for most of the time, they're not an asshole. Does that make sense? This guy messaging me being like, "You're kind of an asshole," is like, oh, only kind of? Oh, good. There's a small recognition of my goodness in there, I bet. But more importantly, any person, who sends a message that says, you're kind of a shit person. In like a DM, this guy had to like go to my Instagram, follow my Instagram account, because I don't think you can send me direct messages unless you're following me. And then he wrote this message to me. I just blocked and deleted him because I, to be honest, wanted to do him a favor. I feel like he will be happier if the kind of shitty people in his life that he is exposed to step away from him. Yeah, I'm not arguing that I'm a perfect person. I'm kind of a shitty person sometimes, absolutely. I've gotten angry at people. I've lost my temper. I've lost my patience. I'm judgmental. I really am. I judge the fuck out of people without even meaning to. And then those judgments will like sort of affect and bleed into some of my actions, the things that I say. But I'm not, I mean, I don't think this is a unique thing to me in Vader V. I feel like what I'm describing is every single person. I think every single person on the planet will occasionally be kind of judgmental, will be impatient, will be short or rude with people. Secret Genesis, thank you so much for the subscription. It is a nice cozy fit today. Don't you want to get inside this sweater with me? I know you do. I know you want to get in this sweater with me. I do know. TK says, I feel like it's an inner monologue for a reason. We should keep it inside. Yes. Captain Bong City says, there must be something about those thighs that really bring out the crazy. And this guy, Mr. Artie, he was like, are you going to stream forever? When do you think you'll stop your streaming career? I mean, probably not today. I don't know. Do you know when you're going to quit your job? To be honest, I'm just gonna keep doing this until I don't want to anymore. And I haven't not wanted to just yet. I'm wondering if this guy's comment, because I can't help but feel like you're asking me when I'm gonna stop doing this. Is there a subtext to that? Like, when you're old and disgusting, have gray hairs, wrinkles, no one will want to masturbate to you. You'll be all dried up and useless. Will you still embarrass yourself online? The answer is yes. The answer is a resounding abso-fucking-lutely. You guys need old e-girls. There's always going to be the new young e-girls coming on in, but they're screaming skibbity toilet at you in your face as you're trying to jerk off. At least I'm looking you in the eye and telling you that you're a disgusting fucking simp. It's funny how most of us, when we are entirely alone... Oh wait, it's funny for how most of us, when we are entirely alone, we are at our best. You think so? I love you, Dashing. You think that when people are alone, they're at their best. I mean, I would like to argue with you, but it's just a matter of opinion. I think people are at their best when we're together. That's kind of the nature of our humanity, isn't it? And then there are extra shitty people, and those people suck. The average shitty person does not... Yes, I love my hot single dad. Thank you for subscribing. Wait, why are the why are the notifications not notifying? I don't know what to do about this. I don't know how to fix this. I've clicked all the buttons I know how to click. How do I click more buttons? Is it in Stram and Tools? Oh, here we go. Overlays. All right, here's our standard overlay. Click that. Click the standard overlay. I'll click edit maybe, and then I'll save it. I'll like do nothing. Yeah, sure, I totally saved it. I saved it. It's all brand new. And now I'll refresh. Maybe that'll work. And if it doesn't, I'll click more buttons for you. Click more buttons for you. No. Like the overlay is, like part of the overlay is working because when you guys are typing, we can see the chat sort of rising up from the keyboard. But the alerts aren't alerting. I don't exactly know what that is. Yeah. Really, when I'm alone, I'm at my worst. So there's like a couple different, I think that like alone is like absolutely dependent on time. There's alone by your own volition, alone by your own agency, and alone for your own desired time period. But then, you guys, there's also the type of alone. There's also the type of alone that feels inescapable. And that inescapable aloneness is the fucking worst. Worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. Hey, yo. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, good. That worked. It replayed. It worked. Okay, yes, Ritus. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, now you motherfuckers can start whipping your goddamn wallets out parallel to your cacks. Cack and wallet stream. I have to laugh to just keep myself from crying at the dumb shit that comes out of my mouth. Your negative thoughts are intrusive when you are alone and not with someone. McFlurry, I agree. I agree. Literally, McFlurry, I have found myself standing in front of my bedroom mirror, looking myself dead in the eye and going, you should just fucking in a video game yourself. And it's terrifying because, oh, little himbo, bless you, my sweet little baby. Why would I want to in a video game myself? Why do I feel this way? It scared me for a long time that I had thoughts of self-harm, for real. When I was much younger, I hope this doesn't get me banned for talking about it. When I was much younger, I even acted out on it a little bit. Like when we were teenagers as millennials, we would do a little bit of fucking self-harm in a video game. And as I've gotten older, every once in a while, these self-harm thoughts will pop up. And it was very important for me to read Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents by Lindsay Gibson, PhD. The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk, MD. As well as It's Not You by Ramani Darsavula. That was a very, very good one. In a Silent Voice by Dr. Peter Levine. All of these books gave me the understanding. Do you know I was mentioning earlier, because we had to ban Aslan, he gave me the sensation in the gut, in my instinctual brain, that I'm I don't want to have to deal with this man's conversation. I don't want to have to talk with him. Hot Single Dad says, anytime, and that looks like a super snuggly jumper. Room for two, Daddy. Come on in. The reason that we have these thoughts, you and I and anyone else have these thoughts of self-harm, are not because of us. They really, really are not. These are inherited feelings from our parents. These are inherited feelings of remorse, of regret, of devastation that we inherit from our parents. And we inherit it at such a young age. That's the thing. It's did you watch Pantheon? Oh my God, I just started Pantheon this weekend. Holy macaroni. Jesus, Mary, Mother of God. What an amazing TV show. I am already very, very, very in love with it. And it has this wonderful little segment where it talks about how a newborn's brain has the ability to create a million brand new neural links. A baby. So as we're these teeny tiny little baby people, our brains and our bodies are absorbing, to be honest, a really intense stuff for a lot of us. A lot of our parents had children, they had us, because they felt like they had to. Not because they were individually excited for each and every one of us to be brought into the world and for them to spend hours a day on our care and our necessary growth and just playing. When I think back to my childhood, my mother and my father were really busy working a lot. So busy working all the time. And then when they weren't busy working, they were exhausted. They were exhausted from working super duper crazy hard all day long. And they didn't really have a lot of time to get down on the ground and play with us as children. Although that doesn't sound like the end of the world, and it truly isn't the end of the world, it does create a foundation in our psyche that makes us feel like, on some base level, maybe we're not important. And that maybe we're not important thought can really spiral and grow out of control every minute of the day of the week, every week of the month, every month of the year, until it culminates into this very intense, overwhelming sensation of, I just want everything to stop. I just don't even want to have to be here. I can't even deal with this anymore. Secret Genesis says there's levels to being alone, like not leaving the house and seeing anyone at all. Chat's moving. Okay, hold on. I'm going to scroll up a little bit because I feel like this is pertinent and lovely. Not leaving the house, seeing anybody at all for weeks is very different than just not seeing like friends in person. And sometimes those two things overlap as well, yeah. I started reading Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, and it brought up so many emotions. I had to stop. Things about my childhood that I didn't even remember. This is the thing. I don't believe in, like, the way that people often talked about, like, recovered memories. It's not necessarily recovered memories. It's contextualized memories. These are memories that we've always had, but they were very difficult to contextualize because they were presented to us as perfectly normal, absolutely fine, run-of-the-mill, regular day. But that's not the truth. That's not the truth. It was crazy. A lot of the stuff, especially when you start reading Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, it begins to appropriately contextualize how inappropriate it is that somebody would have a child and then spend 0 hours a day individually nourishing and growing with that child. It just, unfortunately, it's not possible for us to go back in time and tell our parents, hey, are you committed to spending at least an hour every single day alone with this child to help them grow and feel special, important, and loved? And if the adult is like, an hour every day? No, I got other shit I need to do. I gotta go to the gym. I have work I need to do. And I gotta date other people because I'm divorced. Like, well, then maybe you're not ready to have another child. Which is, I think, what we're, like, kind of seeing globally, don't you think? There's a lot of articles coming out about the global falling birth rates. And one of the most sort of alarming things about this trend of global falling birth rates is that it's happening globally. We live in very different places all over this beautiful fucking world. We live in places of wealth, and we live in places of poverty. We live in places of high-speed technological advancement, and we live in places of... Oh, it came right back. And we live in places of absolute ruralness. Rural, no technology, no electricity, for real. And it doesn't matter where you live in the world. It doesn't matter how technologically advanced, educated, or wealthy you are. People are still not having children. People are still putting it off. People are denying it. On one hand, it feels kind of exciting. I don't know if that's the right thing to say. Rebay says, the body really does keep the score. During meditation, my body began to release sensations of pain from my ankle surgery. Oh, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Are you doing yoga as well daily? I recommend anybody who has a tumultuous relationship with one or both of their parents to look up Yoga with Adrienne's PTSD 45-minute yoga and incorporate that daily into your life. I guarantee you it will be a game changer. Holy Christ, I love it here, says Hot Single Dad. We love you too, Hot Single Dad. I watched Volume 4 of Love, Death, and Robots over the weekend. Right as I want to watch it, but oh my God. Can you please tell me what episode has Mr. Beast in it so I can not watch that one? Not that I have any extreme personal feelings about Mr. Beast. Oh, little himbo, bless you, my little baby boy. You're so fucking... Now, somebody asked, their comment got auto-modded. They're like, can you explain why we're dirty simps? It's because you give, but you're not giving enough. So you're simping, but you're a dirty simp, not a beautiful, perfect simp. Only the most beautiful, perfect simps give their full fucking monetary value to me. Pay up, honeys. I was trying to say honey cunts. Pay up, you honey cunts. You hunties. Looking so comfy today. I love that for you. It's cold today, so I needed to be warm. Also, there is a very, very cute webcomic on Reddit. I love reading I love, like, all of the little comics on Reddit. but I've started blocking some of the content creators for comics on Reddit because a lot of them are like, the punchline is just sex, the punchline is just joke, the punchline is I'm naked and my tits are out, and it's really interesting. A lot of the times these like women in these cartoons are drawn with similar body shapes to me, and I'm sick of seeing it. I'm just like, oh, you have another like wasp-waisted, big butt, boobily, delicate-shouldered, long-necked, sort of like Disney princess-faced bitch. Oh, it's so interesting. Oh, good. Another one of these. Oh, she's wearing her hair in a little ponytail. Oh, good thing you differentiated her from all the other ones. Like, so there's an adorable little webcomic. It's about a wolf trying to infiltrate a little flock of sheep, but then the wolf realizes that he really loves the sheep. Oh, it's so sweet. So anyways, I'm dressed as a wolf in sheep's clothing. I think a lot of women are being brought up to know their value so that they want a higher standard man, which doesn't exist right now, and therefore just generally less people in relationships not having children. I don't want to disagree with you, but I do. I don't think the men are failing, and I don't think the women are thriving. I think we're all struggling. I think each and every one of us is struggling. I think the women are struggling. I think the men are struggling. And I think in the past, if a woman was struggling, the only way she could get her head above water was to marry a man, which then all of a sudden made the man feel like he wasn't struggling anymore. But the woman was getting married to the man to like prevent her own untimely demise. And then many women found themselves in a sort of slow death, which is obviously not ideal. That's right, little himbo. You're doing it just right. Rightus, I'm gonna scroll up for you, baby. There's also parents who have another child, so the first kid can have company, but at the same time it creates resentment in the older child. They see the younger one getting so much attention from the parents while they're small. Yes. Yeah. Is it Shen doing those sheep comics? Wait, no way. Now that you say it, I haven't been looking at I've just been upvoting them and enjoying them. I wasn't actually looking at the content creator. I love Shen. Oh my gosh, it makes me so happy. It is kind of his art style. Oh, right. And then as a younger sibling, what I feel is that like I never got my parents' full attention. My parents never once were like, V, I love you more than anything. My entire life was, well, you have your older brother and I love your older brother. And they made it really clear that they had him first and that he got 5 years of alone time with them before I was born. As a younger sibling, you get 0 years of alone time with your parents. And that was interesting. I wonder if it was because my parents were divorced and the divorce create a big sense of competitiveness. Like there was a competition between mom and dad. And as little kids, my brother and I saw that my mother and my father were very adversarial, very competitive, very like who's doing better, who's doing worse. And then I feel like my brother and I really internalized that. And then we were like, well, who's doing better, who's doing worse? Instead of having that sense of like, we're all here for each other because we're a family. Like those sheep and the wolf. People in the comments have been complaining about the sexuality, the like over-sexualization lately too. It always happens, and the truth is there's no point in complaining in the comments. You just block the content creator and you go, I don't want to look at this anymore. It's just every time I see it, it gives me the feeling of, I don't love this. So you just, and I don't think that's rude, especially on Reddit where there's millions and millions of content creators. I think it's okay just to block them and be like, this comic is just not for me. Invader, not trying to dox you, but what accent is that in America? I'm Canadian, and I also kind of speak in like a roughly mid-Atlantic accent. I speak very precisely. Not many people speak like I do. I'm from Toronto also, yeah. It's been a while since I've been on Twitch and in chat. How's it going? The Fearable Cookie, welcome back, welcome back. It's been good, it's been lovely. It's always nice to come just sit and hang out with you guys. Aquatail or Octai? Octai? Hi, Octine. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Shen does those sheep comics, yeah. It's so cute. The one of the wolf going to the sheep and being like, look, my hoof comes off and I have a paw underneath. And then the sheep looks down at its own hoof and grabs its own hoof and starts tugging on it. And the wolf is like, no. Yeah, eh? Oh, so Canadian, eh? Oh man, I just went out, got myself a glizzy, dripped that thing in maple syrup. That's a good breakfast here in Canada, you know? The big brother turns out more sensible, though, usually, compared to the younger brother. There's so much, you guys. There's also, within, like, every different family, there's also different types of established, that's right, Joe Goggins, different types of established family dynamics. Oftentimes in families, sometimes there will be a golden child. Sometimes there's, like, one kid who just does it all fucking right. Whether it's on purpose or just by happenstance. There's sometimes the golden child, there's often the invisible child, the child who's just, like, doesn't get punished, but also doesn't get praised. There's the scapegoat child. The scapegoat child is, like, the problem child. God, they're always causing problems. It's always an issue with you. There's also Ramani Dursavula in her book, It's Not You, Identifying and Healing from Narcissistic Individuals. She talks a lot about the different archetypal roles that children will take on, especially in kind of narcissistic family systems. And then the one that really resonated with me was the truth seer or the seeker. Occasionally there's like somebody born into the family who right away is just like, this seems fucked up. The way that all of you are acting seems really fucked up. This doesn't seem good. And it alienates you from your parents because your parents feel very threatened by having their own child start calling them out on their bad bullshit. So for me, okay, the Canadian accent was so hot. Oh, you want me just to talk like this all day, eh? Oh, you like that, baby? Does that get your cock real hard? Like a hockey stick on a cold winter morning? Wow, that is kind of sexy, actually. I'm turning myself on. Oh, yeah, baby. Pull out your stick and I'll give you a hat trick. When I was really little, I noticed right away that my dad was floundering, that my dad was not doing very well. And it was easy for me to see as a little girl because my mom's house was like Miss Honey's house from Matilda. When my mom found the house that she was going to live in, Joe Goggins, do it again! When my mom found the house that she was going to live in, she was like, I hate mowing the lawn. So she tore out the front lawn of the house. She like ripped up all the grass in the front lawn. She put down paving, like little paving gravel stones to create a sort of pathway that would lead up to the house. And then she had big individual plots of dirt where we grew hydrangeas, where we grew daffodils and tulips, where there were lilies of the valley. She also grew strawberries and green onions as well. And it was so beautiful. It was so lovely. The house had like a big front porch. There was a cozy little TV room with a kitchen behind it and a nice little dining room. There was a mudroom that was kind of an addition in the back of the house. And then in that mudroom, she added in another bathroom with a shower because the house only had one bathroom with a tub in it. And so like we didn't have a shower at my mom's house until I think when I was going into high school, basically. It's a lot of, anyways. It was so nice. My mom's house was so nice. It was beautifully decorated. It was always very clean. Everything had its place and every place had its thing. We were allowed to decorate our bedrooms as well. I started begging my mom when I was 9 years old. When I was 9 years old, I was like, I want a pink bedroom. I want a pink bedroom. Give me a pink bedroom. And my mom was like, babe, you're 9 years old. Like, you're right on the cusp of growing out of loving pink. My mom knew. She knew. She was like, little girls under 10 are like, yay, I love pink, I love like girly things. But then you hit puberty, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm a badass motherfucker, you can't stop me, gonna ride my bike all night into the moon. Like, whatever, kids are just, they're rebellious. They don't want to do like the cute pink thing. But look around, you guys, look around. I didn't. I was not riding my bike late into the night into the moon. I begged her for 3 years for the pink bedroom, and from 9 until I was 12. And then when I was 12 years old, she was like, okay, fine, whatever. I guess if you really hate it, you can just beg me for another few years to fucking paint it back. But she painted my bedroom pink, and I loved it. I loved it. And then my dad's house, I mean, I've talked about it with you guys. He was a hoarder. I didn't even know what a hoarder was. And because I was so little and I'd grown up with it, it didn't strike me as anything super duper odd. But I would bring up to my dad, I'd be like, the dishes are never clean at your house, and the dishes are always clean at mom's house. And my dad hated it. My dad would get right down into my face. He would like lean down and put his face really close to mine, and he would call me a liar. It was just like, oh, thank you, Ritus, thank you. He would get right down in my face and he would call me a liar. It was so painful. It still is so fucking painful. It just like, even talking about this right now, I can feel like my neck feeling tight. Can feel like my back getting hot. Yeah. Oof. Because I wasn't lying to him. I was telling him the truth. And I was also telling him a truth that he knew as well. Like, my dad had seen my mom's house. He would like come to pick me up from my mom's house and drop me off, and he would get to like look in the front door, and he could see that like my mom's dining room wasn't full of garbage. There was not the smell of like decomposing food wafting through the kitchen. But because I saw that truth, and I was really upset by it, because obviously it's the responsibility of each and every one of us to keep our space clean, to take care of ourselves. And it's so confusing as a kid, as anybody, to know that you're telling the truth, but to have your father, like the man that you love the most in the entire world, who is like raising you, to get down in your face and be like, I know you're lying, is, what the fuck? I was like, what do I do? Well, how do I do this? And actually, now that I'm talking about this, I'm like, wow, I really internalized that if I could just like say or do the right thing, I could like snap my dad out of it. And all of a sudden he would be like cleaning and cooking like a regular man. I wonder if my dad knew he was putting that on my little shoulders as a kid. Or I wonder if he was just so wrapped up in his own stuff. It was like like deeply protective of his ego, and he wasn't even thinking about the consequences of like snapping at a little kid about like, I know your mother's house is dirtier than my house, is like, really? Is that possible? Is it possible for it to be dirtier? I don't think so. Yo, what's good, Wilfrey? I haven't heard from you in years. I feel like the last time I saw you was at my brother's wedding. Hello, it's been a minute. Wait, does this mean that you broke up with whoever you were dating? The only time this guy talks to me is when he's like, I am down to fuck your brains out. And to be honest, that's a privilege. That's a privilege right there. Hoarders hate looking in the mirror. Yeah, Kaiga, because it's fucking covered in grime. Because it's a dirty fucking mirror. Bark, bark. Val, go get the ball. Oh, I also have to tell you this, you guys. You know I like play fetch with my dog all day, every day on stream. Oh my god. This weekend, I think I was playing Pokemon or just like taking a break from... Oh shit, I have to tell you. You know I was mentioning that I had that shelf above my bed, that we had some renovations done in the unit. And during the renovations, oh my god. During the renovations, they had to move the shelf above my bed. Oh, I had one of those like sickening moments where I was like, oh, this could have killed me. Cool. Anyways, I was taking a break from realizing how close I came to death because of that fucking shelf. And I was playing fetch with my dog, and she brought me the ball back, and then she jumped up on the couch and sat down next to me. And kind of just without thinking, I grabbed the ball from her and I threw it in the kitchen. And then I noticed that she wasn't running after it, and I turned and I looked at my dog, and she just gave me this look like, did you just throw my ball away? I've never seen it. I've never seen it before in my life. I've never had her give me like the shifted perspective. Exactly, the betrayal. Did you just throw my ball away? I just got that. Usually she's like, yeah, bitch, throw it. The attitude, like her eyes, like the way she was like holding her little shoulders, it made me feel so guilty that I got up and I walked into the kitchen and I brought her ball back for her. I fetched. Oh, shit. Oh, Ritus says, I have this all the time with my mom. It's a very dumb argument all the time. About like you telling the truth and her saying that you're not telling the truth, or like about cleaning up and tidying. Whitestone says, it was 100% my father's ego, just trying to protect himself without recognizing that he was like being real rude to his daughter. Unoriginal Sub says, I want to play fetch. The betrayal of throwing the ball. Joey! Wait, did the alert not pop up again? I don't know what's happening today. Maybe the alerts are on vacation. Maybe the alerts got a long weekend too. Damn you alerts, you confusing little babies. The argument with my mom all the time, it's a very dumb argument about telling the truth. She like feels like you're not being truthful. She thinks that you're like obfuscating the truth or lying about it, and it's so frustrating. I wonder, does that count as gaslighting? Like, does it actually go beyond frustrating, and is that gaslighting? Like, I go to my mom's house. I have clean clothes in my laundry basket ready to be put away. I have clean dishes in the cupboard that I am allowed to eat whatever food I want off of. And then I would go to my dad's house and he'd be like, no, your mother's house is dirty. Your mother's house is disgusting. I know it. You're lying. I guess that is gaslighting, because he was telling me that my experience of reality was not true. And then also trying to put a sin on me. Ain't no sinning, just winning. Rita says, yesterday we argued about a ketchup bottle. It was so dumb. It was such a pointless argument. And yes, it is gaslighting. Wild. What a wild experience. It sucks. That really fucking sucks. But I can also see what is the specific name for the Japanese art form where you use gold to re-solidify a broken piece of pottery and taking the broken parts of the art. Oh, kintsugi? Beautiful, beautiful. I try to think about that when I come to these. And I've come to these so many times. Like, I'm sure we've talked about how my dad was gaslighting me about the cleanliness of the house and stuff. But it's almost like you see it, you acknowledge it, and then it's a little bit too painful to hold with you. And so then you walk away from it, and then you get to rediscover it again. So every time I rediscover this feeling of, oh my God, this man broke me. What the fuck? This man broke me. But he just broke me. He broke my own ability to trust myself. I try to think of the kintsugi and think about, did it break me? Or did it give me an even stronger sense of my perspective is valid? My perspective is my lived experiences. It is influenced by my sensations through my sight, my taste, my smell, my touch, my proprioception. These are real. Despite who or what says anything. It's hard not to wonder, would I be a different person if, like, my dad was more enthusiastic about being a dad? And yeah, maybe, but that doesn't automatically mean that my life, your life, or anyone's life would have been quote-unquote easier. Absolutely not. You can have really, really wonderful parents. Doctor friend, you guys know my doctor friend. Doctor friend is literally one of the most, like, well-rounded, kindest, intelligent, most hardworking people. She had 2 parents who were so loving and so, like, present with her. And even still, she went through, like, a rebellious phase where she was, like, rejecting her parents, rejecting family. She went through her own hardships, her own difficulties. And also, she and I connected in such a beautiful way. I don't think we would have been able to do that if there wasn't an authentic, mutual recognition. And that's literally the most valuable thing, I think. It obviously feels phenomenal, I think anyone would agree, to have your family recognize you, like in the Naruto sense, like recognize who I am, recognize me for, like, truly who I am. I want the village to recognize me, a la Naruto. And so of course it's going to be wonderful if your family recognizes you and holds you up and validates you in that way. But also, like Naruto, you can still achieve greatness. You can come to the same exquisite finishing lines. Even if your family isn't holding you up that way. I always think that, because not gonna lie, my father feels like a stranger even though he lives in the same apartment. Oh, rightus, yeah. And you know what? I imagine that if your father had maybe, like, some time and some space to get to know himself, he might recognize that he's a stranger to himself as well. Kaiga says, my siblings do recognize me, but my parents don't. Siblings are in it with you. Sometimes yes, and then sometimes no. I really felt like my big brother and I were in this together. We had both really suffered through our dad's rage and our mother's apathy. And as we got older, we got really, really close together. And then just recently, I had this, like, terrible experience with my brother where I was getting pretty upset because in 2014, my mother was diagnosed with cancer and my father needed a heart surgery. And despite both of these things happening, my big brother moved all the way across the continent with his girlfriend because his girlfriend got accepted into a university program, and he just valued supporting his girlfriend more than supporting me or our mother or our father. And so at the time, I was just so overwhelmed. I did feel really lonely, but I also thought, he's an adult, he can go do whatever he wants to do. I'm not in charge of him. But I did really feel like this would be a lot easier if my brother was here helping me with this, because then I wouldn't have to deal with mom going through chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, dad going through heart surgery, all by myself. It was a lot to go through all by myself when I was 24 years old as well. My brother's 5 years older than me. And so in that moment, I was like, kind of need you right now, and you're definitely not here. And then because my brother left in 2014, it was just me, my mom, and my stepdad for a lot of time. And my stepfather went from really loving me, like being, to be honest, really inappropriate with me. Like, at the time, I tried to, like, ignore the fact that I could tell he was hitting on me, because I thought, well, I don't know what it's like for a father to love me. I only know what it's like for a father to, like, kind of gaslight me and not be a very good father. So for a long time in my 20s, I was like, I guess maybe your stepfather just, like, talks about your tight little body and talks about your butt and talks about your boobs and talks about your sex drive with you in private, maybe that was normal. And then very quickly, it was making me so uncomfortable. I started telling my friends about it, being like, my stepdad is being a very big creep to me. Like, creeping me out in ways that I wouldn't let any man talk to me in this way because it's overtly sexual. And then he started just screaming at me as well. It was like, when we were in private, he was either sexually harassing me or taking out all of his anger on me. Anger that my mom was going through chemotherapy or radiation, anger that he was getting older and losing his hearing, anger that we as children were growing up and like living our own lives. Every time my stepdad got me alone, he would just fucking scream at me. And I have the text messages to my brother where I was telling him, I need you to come home. I need you to visit more. I'm afraid of our stepfather. I'm afraid of our stepfather. And my brother's response was, oh, we shouldn't be scared of each other. We're a family. And I mean, talk about, again, it's just like with my dad. It's just like the gaslighting. There are no dirty dishes, and you are not being screamed at or sexually harassed by your stepfather. Even though, my God, like, if you look up the statistics, the person who is most likely to kill you, if you're like a woman with a stepfather, is your fucking stepfather. Your like stepfathers are unfortunately very likely to be sexual predators, to be abusive towards their stepchildren because they don't have any biological connection to them. They do have an intense amount of resentment for the neediness of this child that all of a sudden they have taken on the responsibility for. And so I guess it's not very surprising that this year when I was like, hey, this was sexual harassment, this was sexual abuse towards a child and towards like a young adult, I was getting so upset with my brother, and then I started yelling at my brother because he was not listening. He would tell me that he's like, we were talking about loneliness earlier. My big brother works from home. He has 2 friends in his city that he lives in, and both of his 2 friends are very introverted, very flaky. And he never exercises, like not even a little bit. And so I started telling my brother, I was like, brother, you need to exercise. Brother, maybe it's time to consider moving back to Ontario where all of your university and high school friends still live. Brother, it's time for you to start living your life and also acknowledging the truth of what our family life was. And I would get so upset with my brother that I would start yelling at him. And he basically just turned to me and said, you're yelling at me. I don't like that you're yelling at me. Don't ever talk to me again. And it kills me. It hurts so much because it feels like everyone else is allowed to yell at me, but I'm never allowed to raise my voice. I should just quietly accept sexual abuse. I should just quietly accept verbal abuse, psychological abuse. And it was like on a fucking dime. It was so crazy. It was like on a dime. My stepfather would be kind and jovial even when there were other people in the room. And then the minute anyone left the room and it was just me and him alone, oh my God, he would just tear into me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you think that was appropriate to say? I can't believe you would do that. What's wrong with you? And the reality is, if there was really something very wrong with me, if I was behaving very inappropriately and I needed a punishment and I needed a correction, why wouldn't he do it in front of other people? Why would he save it until we were alone? Why not just have the conversation? And I think it's because he knows that it was not a conversation, it was just abuse. Rita says, I do not get along with my sister. I am better with my brother, but he's pretty young, so I don't know yet. Oh, yeah, Ritus. That sounds familiar. Sounds familiar, family dynamics. Purchasing feet pics. I hope your name is not legit. Wait, why not, says Foot Fiend. You guys go check out my feet pictures. I got great feet pictures. Yeah. I don't know, I think exercise is great for the mind. It is. It really, really, really is. It absolutely is. I love that I get to like exercise every single day and feel the way my body moves. It makes me feel very sure of myself, which, like, as we've been talking about, there's a lot of things to feel unsure about. Thank you, Joe Goggins. Bless you, my sweet simping baby. What's sad is that I can see the sadness behind your smile regarding that sort of thing. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Oh, deep sadness. Like a deep misery, I would say. Say absolute fucking misery, for sure. I want so badly to, like, feel the embrace of my family. But Ramanita Savula talks about radical acceptance. And radical acceptance means really observing the reality of the situation around you, and then learning how, with your own agency, to find a way forward. Not to try to, like what I did when I was younger, which was maybe if I say the right thing, maybe if I behave in just the right way, maybe if I do this, that, or the other thing, I can change the situation. Radical acceptance is going, this situation is just how it is. Rainier Maria Rilke wrote that to change somebody, to really fundamentally change somebody, it would take an entire constellation of events. It's almost impossible for a single person to change another single person. And so we don't need to feel like, oh, I'm gonna fix this family, I'm gonna put it all back together. I'm not. I really can't. There's like decades of negligence, there's decades of like soul murder. It's more than any one person can do. But then that's also why it's very important to then radically accept that you yourself can create your own life as well. That we are not trapped in the patterns of our family. Hello, greetings. Oh, good. Rickman's here. If it makes you feel better, I love my family a lot, but I'm totally socially awkward, so I'll never have that experience or be able to show them. But it's more of an issue with my anxiety. So, oh, Fearable Cookie, your family knows that you love them. There are so many small, subtle ways that we express our love to the people who are important to us. I know for a fact that your family knows that you love them and they love you. Rilke is great. Beauty and terror. Let it all happen to you. No feeling is final. Exactly, exactly. Like, whoo! There's so much pain in the world, and there is so much beauty in the world, and we get to decide which one we value and how we want to value it. Yeah. Rita says, I've given up on trying to salvage my family situation too. I know that it's beyond repair, and I'm at peace with it, and it's break time. Oh, thank you, Joe Goggins. Thank you, thank you. So, the reality is there's nothing stopping us from having our chosen family, which I feel like I have lots of, and I'm so happy for. And then I also feel bad that I'm like, oh no, my poor chosen family is stuck with me. That's not how they feel. They chose me as well. And then your friends, which are also like another type of chosen family. And I think one of the most important lessons that I've learned in my 35 years on this planet is that we have to focus on what we are cultivating, not the environment that we find ourselves thrust into. Each and every one of us is going to find ourselves in some shitty, fucking messed up environments, for sure. But what we cultivate ourselves is the true mark of our person. Andre says, what's your take on one gorilla versus 100 men debate? Oh, I think we've already, I think that's kind of passé. I feel like we all talked about that to death already. I hope so, says Fearable Cookie. I'm the kind of person who hides his feelings, but it's a little bit more of a protective thing for me So if I say things like love or something, I feel too vulnerable. So better to stay out of the way. Yeah, it is incredibly vulnerable to tell somebody I love you. For sure. And there's a lot of worst case scenarios that can come out of expressing your feelings, but I think just having the awareness that you do fearable cookie is putting you head and shoulders above other people in the same situation. I think you are doing better than you might recognize yourself to be doing. Okay, puppy. Okay, I'm gonna play a little tug of war with this little dog. I'll be right back, okay, guys? Don't go anywhere. Stick around. I'm back. I took a long time taking those photos, mostly because I didn't love the angle of the first ones that I took, so I had to take more. But anyways, you can go click on my link tree. You can go check out my Instagram. You can go enjoy the photo and the comic that inspired my outfit today. So fun. So fun. Oh yes, I came back for you. I'm here for all the fun and enjoyment of the conversation. Yeah, Joe, that's right. I'm here you guys just throwing loonies at me. In Canada, $1 coin is called a loonie because there is a loon on it. So the 100 bits is like just throwing loonies at your girl. That's the way I like it. Woof. Okay, I have to tell you about I did a little home renovation this weekend, but not a real home renovation. Oh, Arkwise, hello. It's been a minute. I'm so glad you're here. Hello. So a few weeks ago, my building manager was like, oh, hey, we're going to be updating the hooling and the cooting. You know, the hooling and the cooting? No, okay. The heating and the cooling. We're going to be updating it in the building. So there's going to be some construction. We're going to be putting some stuff up, taking some stuff down, doing all this fun stuff. It's great. Awesome. Okay. Ooh. My dog was not happy about it. Is not happy about hearing about it now. Val, in the kitchen, please. Val, I can see that you didn't go through the kitchen curtain. In the kitchen. Are you in the kitchen? The curtain moved, but I can't tell it. Val, in the kitchen. I can't tell if she went in or not. I don't know. Part of me wants to get up and look over the chair, but that would require me turning my entire butt towards the camera. And I don't know if you guys... You obviously have not earned that yet. Okay. Yes, there's a severe lacking in the gifted subs for this intense therapy session that you've been getting for free. Just to let you know, this type of intense therapy session normally would cost you hundreds of dollars. Yes. So the construction guys came in, going back to my story. Construction guys came in, they had to move the shelf above my bed, just like up and over a little bit, so that they could like attach the new cooling system to the wall. And that was a few weeks ago. And about a week ago, I noticed that the shelf that they had moved was coming away from the wall, like the bracket was not attached to the wall as tightly as it should be. And that the shelf was like starting to dip a little bit and starting to hang loose, hang down. So I took everything off of it. I messaged my building manager. Didn't hear back from him in a week. And this weekend decided that I'm just gonna fix it myself. It's hard having taken the shelf down and seeing the screws that they used to hold up the shelf to not feel like they were trying to fucking murder me. I unscrewed the shelf from the brackets and took the horizontal element, like the actual physical shelf, down. And then I went to go grab the bracket that was hanging a little bit loose off the wall, and it came off. It just came out of the wall entirely in my hand. There was nothing holding it in. That entire shelf was being held up by the one bracket on the far side of the wall. And when I saw the screws that they had used to put up the shelf, I saw why. For whatever reason, they used half-inch screws, like a screw about the size of my fucking thumbnail. And they had put an anchor into the wall, but the anchor that they used was like about an inch long as well. So they had this teeny tiny little screw and this teeny tiny little anchor, and the screw wasn't even fully through the anchor. The screw, this tiny little screw, was only halfway through the anchor. So there was nothing. There was absolutely nothing holding this on in place. And these construction guys put up this shelf above my bed, looked me in the eye and said, okay, all good. I think the only reason that it didn't fall off the wall is because the other bracket that I installed that they didn't move was really, really well installed. I still have the screw. Part of me wants to email my building, like the owner of the building manager. I mean, I know it's not the building manager's job, but I want to email them being like, this is insanely dangerous and insulting. Why the fuck would you think this is okay? It is some Final Destination material. Ew, moderators, can we ban this guy's first time chat? What a weird comment. I don't know what would possess you to come in and just type that over and over and over again. Kind of weird. Bonjour from Montreal. Enjoy a marvelously mindful, mellowing, manifesting motivation Monday vibrations. I will. What a lovely day. Yeah. I don't know what I think I feel especially shitty about this because when the guys came in to put up the shelf, I specifically was like, hey, so this is right above my bed. Make sure that it's secure. And they looked at me and they laughed and they're like, oh yeah, we know it needs to be super duper secure. And then they use the tiniest little fucking screw. Like, it was almost like a finishing screw or something that you would use to put together two pieces of plywood. And the shelf itself is so fucking heavy. I don't know what they were thinking. It's, oh no. It's actually making me angry the more that I think about it. And I feel bad because they're still working on different parts of the building. And if I run into them, it's gonna be hard for me not to say, you know that shelf that you put up in my bedroom? You did such a fucking awful job. It could have killed me or one of my pets from falling out of the wall and crushing our heads. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's so shitty, but I also can't help but recognize that this is just how real life is now. So many people are so overworked and underpaid. They don't have the fucking mental capacity to think about the long-term consequences of the work that they need to get done in this moment because there's other work that needs to be done. And then the boss is like valuing the other work more than this work, and methinks they wanted you dead. That's kind of what it feels like because I am not a contractor. I do not have any construction history. I have not been hired by a construction company. But I sure as fucking shit know that to put up a like 25-pound shelf, it is fucking unacceptable to use a tiny 1-inch screw with a measly tiny 1-inch anchor that barely even do anything. It feels, you know what this feeling is? It's very familiar. I know exactly what it is. It's the feeling of somebody recklessly driving past you or cutting you off on the highway. It's the feeling of recognizing your own like very close brush with tragedy or death or whatever. And then being so fucking angry at the other person's carelessness. The carelessness of it. I've been on my phone this whole time cooking dinner, so I can't see what that first message was. Oh, it's just weird. Happy birthday shout out to the Taurus folks out there. Enjoy your season as we approach Gemini season in a few days. Methinks they wanted you dead. Maybe they were banned from your stream and they wanted revenge. Jesus, maybe. Yeah. It almost seems purposeful, or what tends to happen a lot of times when you're told to do something that you already know how to do, you just like subconsciously fuck it up. Also, many people have very little respect for either themselves or the work they do. No dignity, no discipline. Yeah, that screw choice is absolutely diabolical. It's wild, says Elle. that paying for the service for peace of mind nowadays is considered luxury. You have to be so on top of it to make sure things are done right. Oh my gosh, it's like what was? Oh, my friend was describing this weekend to me. What you're describing, Elle, is what he was talking about, which is like the enshittification of everything. There's this persistent trend, which you know what, might actually be the underlying cause of the falling birth rates all over the planet. I was talking earlier, I don't know if you guys were here for it, it's just like an hour ago, about everywhere in the world, like every country, even if it's an intelligent, educated, prosperous country, they're still having a reduction in the number of babies being born. Maybe it's because of the enshittification of everything. I think our parents' generation really kind of had that belief, and they were probably the last generation to have that belief, that like, my children's life will be so much better than my own. Because for a lot of history, that was the truth. And now all of a sudden, it absolutely is not. We have seen it, like the numbers are so fucking clear. Poor millennials got like so fucked. Poor millennials got so fucked. The enshittification is like hand in hand with being a millennial, it feels like. Jack Grimble says, yeah, no one was hurt, but they could have been, and the other person should have known this kind of situation. Speaking of people getting hurt, and you should know, did you see that boat? That gigantic, tall boat that fucking crashed into the bridge? Was that in New York? Was that in San Francisco? Somewhere down in the States where they're very bridgy. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys saw, but there were people up on the mast when it hit the bridge. Like tons of people. It was the Brooklyn Bridge. Oh, fuck me. Oh my God. There were people attached to that top mast, the main mast, when it hit the bridge, and they were all flung off and swinging underneath. Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like I need to sort of count my blessings that that shelf didn't crush me, because it feels like they got a fuck ton of bad luck. The incompetence, says Unoriginal Sub, of others leading to your endangerment is absolutely rage-inducing, especially when you would never make such a mistake in yourself. Also, you're very hot when you're righteously angry. Thanks, baby. Daddy Canada says, good afternoon, V. I hope you're feeling great today. You also look great. There's so many daddies in chat today. So I love it. So many daddies in chat. Oh, yeah, says Jack Grimble. And now in Japan, there's a single dude tax. There's like a single person tax. Jesus. I saw a little video about that this morning, and should I go to Japan and marry a Japanese man and have some beautiful Japanese babies? Is that what the world is telling me? Dear Japanese men. Oh, I was just about to say, do you want some fuck? And I think that's racist. I don't mean to be racist. I apologize. Oh, jeez. Oh, rightus. It was the Mexican Navy, though. That guy's comment wasn't being rude. He is being factual. It actually was the Mexican Navy doing a drill, and they had a, yeah. Also, enshittification is a lovely word. I know, right? Yeah. Who was in charge of going under that bridge? Because what the fuck? I don't understand. I don't understand how it happened. Whoa, Elle got held by the Automod? Oh my God, the Automod doesn't even remember you. V, you heard about the crash on... Oh, hidden. Yes, there was a drunk driving car accident in Toronto this past weekend. That killed, can you imagine? that killed 3 out of 4 of the family's children and put the mother and the father and their one remaining child in the hospital. It was a 19-year-old drunk driver who did that. That feels it's beyond devastation. It's so devastating that my brain and my body just immediately go to incomprehension. It's incomprehensible that you're 19 years old and you've killed 3 children. 3 children in a single family because you got drunk and you were driving. Jesus. It's such a nightmare. And he's out on bail? What a fucking joke. I'm not calling for some mob justice, but I feel if there were some mob justice, that wouldn't be incomprehensible to me. Fuck! Fuck that fucking kid! Fuck that fucking idiot kid. How fucking... You get drunk, you drunk drive, you kill 3 children, and then you get out. He doesn't even have the fucking shame and the sense to keep himself in jail. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Sorry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry from being so fucking angry. Because I can't think of anything better in your life than to be married and to have 4 beautiful children. Literally, you are living the dream. You have worked hard, you have grown, and you have changed, and you have created such a beautiful life for yourself. And then the idea that some fucking 19-year-old who had too much to drink and probably just should have gone into therapy takes your children's lives, takes your beautiful, tiny baby children's lives. I love my physiotherapist. She's one of like the few people that I know who has like a really strong belief in God. And I love her very, very strong belief in God. And then I hear stories like this about drunk drivers killing. This is also not even the first time that this happened in Ontario. There was another incredibly similar circumstance where a drunk driver, who I think is even like out on parole now maybe, where this drunk driver killed like an entire family. Like he annihilated an entire family. Or was it the grandparents and the children? So it's like it took this family's older generation and the younger generation all at once. I feel like in times of my own fucking devastation, it feels wonderful to believe in God. But then I hear about the devastation that other people's families experience, and I go, there is no fucking God. There is no God that would ever, with any power available to him, let this happen. Arioka says, many men don't want to have kids with women who will divorce them and then get half their money. I think it is astounding that you have found a way to message me in my Twitch chat from 50 years ago. That's crazy. You should buy Apple stock because you're obviously living in the past and no longer in the present. And so with that good fortune of your deep retrospective experience, buy Apple stock. The ship lost steering control and the current pulled it under the bridge. Oh, fuck. That is what it looked like. Lost steering. Oh my god. What could have... That's wild. Those huge boats are so solid, I thought. I mean, you could probably do this and you want some fuck is legit way of introducing yourself to Japanese single dude you want to save from taxation. I'm telling you, it's fine. But also what L26 said is pretty smooth. Yes. And the dude's out on... Oh, we already read that one. If his family is rich, he'll probably only do a few years. Exactly, yeah. How did we get to this rather heartbreaking subject? Elle brought it up. Elle lives in the same city as me. We're both from Toronto, and so this is like the Toronto news that has been all over the city recently because it just happened. Daddy Canada says a friend of my mom's had gotten murdered. Oh my God. And the guy got 5 years? He was let out after 3 due to good behavior? I couldn't believe it. Oh. 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 Okay, well, like, Harrison, thank you for the sub. Welcome back. I'm just thinking, I'm like, okay, cool. So when my untimely death comes calling for me at the hands of some deranged internet viewer, at least I can look up at him in the face as he kills me and think, this won't ruin his life, even if it'll end mine. So in Canada, what is the deterrent for murdering people? I guess there just isn't. Jesus. Fucking Christ. What's good, Quiet Van D? Fuck. Secret Genesis says, yes, I also heard that there was like a power failure on the boat. I didn't fact check or anything though. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. I mean, as far as the boat crashing, it being a legitimate issue and not just human incompetence, that makes it slightly less horrific, I guess, a little bit. I don't know, though. That person stuck in the past is gonna blow their mind when we tell them about Obama. Black president. Hello, Harry. Thank you again for the sub. So keeping all of this in mind, I could just only ask, when are we going vigilante and taking the law into our own hands? Also, what will your vigilante name be? Probably Invader V, but I'll be invading your body with a shiv. Get invaded, motherfucker. An eye for an eye is what it should be everywhere. Harrison, I'm not. Yeah, in Canada we don't have the death penalty. I don't know how I feel today about the death penalty. On one hand, hearing about this guy killing those 3 children in their car with their parents, in the moment, my feeling is, fuck this fucker. Death penalty him, absolutely. Life over. But then I can also recognize that there are many, many people who have made awful decisions and then had the ability to grow from them. Fuck though, those kids. Those kids though. Dashing says, they're still trying to determine what caused the collision of the Mexican Navy boat to the Brooklyn Bridge. We also can't sue the police for any wrongdoing here, and it's really ass backwards. Well, I don't think you can sue the police anywhere. I don't think you can sue the police in the States. I don't think you can sue the police anywhere in Europe either. Can you? Am I wrong? Am I absolutely incorrect? Mostly because I feel like I haven't heard of a lot of like police. Oh, there are places that you can sue the police. Oh, the algorithm is keeping this information from me. Oh my. Oh geez. You can sue the police. People love suing the police. Really? This is brand new information to me. I have not been paying attention. Wild. Invader Vigilante. Curdy wordy? Yes. Yes. Damn it. Invader V is a good fucking vigilante name. It's so true. We don't even have self-defense laws. Wait, what? Wait, what? So if somebody starts trying to kill me and I fight back hard enough to kill them, I could get charged with murder? That's not right. That doesn't sound right. You know what? I invaded for the thighs and you invaded with a knife. Fair. I gotcha. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, my friend. That's also very true. Invader V, more like honored guest V. More like invited V. A knife To meet you, criminal scum. Oh my god, that's absolutely yes. That's definitely what I will be screaming at my victims. Abso-fucking-lutely. You can sue the police. So, you can sue the police in the United States? You can sue the police in Europe? Whoa. There's a lot of different types of suing people, though. Okay, I think I'm, like, Breonna Taylor's family, did they sue in civil court? Because they weren't allowed to do criminal court? I think I'm remembering that now. But that, unfortunately, just makes me feel like it's such a... Poor Breonna Taylor. Poor Breonna Taylor. Rest in power, queen. What does an eye for an eye make the whole world go blind mean if explained? Miss V would explain it perfectly to my dumb brain. There's actually more to that quote, and I think that just Googling it is going to give you... Oh, wait, never mind. Google's kind of garbage now. Find an AI that you trust? Jesus, that's also really hard too. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's go old school again. Go to the library. Go to the library. Look up a book of... What are those? Colloquial phrases? Cliches? I am loving the thigh highs. Yeah. We were talking about Naruto last week, and I'm like, I'm a Naruto ninja. This is how I would dress. I'm ready for Vigilante Con V. Yeah, but if you win, it's taxpayers paying the settlement. Rawr. You can sue the police, says Thingany. It's just more of the time they settle outside court by throwing money at them so you never hear about it. Oh. Oh, yeah. 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 You sue and then they settle out of... Yeah, that makes sense. Because they have all that taxpayer money. We had a big lawsuit here where an officer shot a woman who was going through some psychotic episode. She was attacking the officers with like an axe, I think. They used every other kind of tool they had to restrain her, but nothing worked. And then he used his gun and the officer did not get jail time. That's, yeah. In those cases, you do everything that you can while also recognizing that like police officers do put their lives on the line. But this is the thing. One of my best friends is a medical doctor, and she did her time in the emergency room where they were treating all sorts of psychotic patients, and doctors and nurses are dealing with all of the same unhinged, violent, sick people that police officers do. But doctors and nurses never go, well, he was just acting so crazy. I just had to like pump his bloodstream full of air. I tried everything else to relax him. Yeah, it's a difficult relationship with the police force in 2025. Where it feels like on one hand, we recognize that we need some sort of, I don't know, system of consequence for wrongdoing. But then we're also giving an intense amount of power to a group of people who, Jesus Christ, maybe are not the people who should be indefinitely holding that power. Yeah. The jacket is so cute. My fluffy little sweater. Yeah. You just want to get in here with me, don't you? Oh, Rightus, yeah. I assumed that she died from being shot, yeah. My dad was straight up shot by the cops on my friend's porch for wielding an unloaded gun during a suicidal episode, and nothing happened. I mean, death by cop is something that really does, it does happen, where people will become so thrown into a state where this is the way that they want to end the experience. Oof. Joe Schmo says, I wish that things were simple and that V ruled the world. I mean, from my perspective, I do. Stormont says, so I work healthcare, and that's slightly off because the violent mental cases don't always get taken to the ER, but we also have sedatives at the ready and police do not. These are true. These are true. It's weird to see somebody in healthcare being like, I'm a bootlicker. A hospital is also a controlled environment. Oh, I mean, kind of. I think hospitals are like pretty chaotic environments. There's a lot of different things going on and a lot of different people coming and going. It's more so than the streets are. I guess I'm not really seeing the distinction. I don't think that being in a hospital is any more or less safe than being on the street. Some hospitals have like security. Hospitals also do have sedatives, but as a doctor, you can't just knock your patient out if you don't like what they're doing. And then also, I feel like you're kind of ignoring that police officers also have types of sedatives, like they have tasers. I also love the idea that like, well, a hospital is like a safe and controlled environment because they have security, but the street is dangerous because they have police. Like, but aren't the police the security on the street? I think I feel like the point that I'm trying to make, which I feel like you guys do not want to agree with at all, is that there are inappropriate actions taken by the police force, which makes it very difficult to trust them. And they're dealing with many of the same people that doctors and nurses are dealing with. And doctors and nurses are much more trustworthy. But wait, tasers, pepper spray didn't work. Really? What kind of beast was this Axelman? When you're going through a psychotic episode, you're not connected to your body as much. And so these things can become less effective. Just like if you were in a hospital having a psychotic episode. This is a very rare thing that happened. Oh, yes. I think instead cops should have better protocol for mental health responses. I'd have a dad then, says Milky Cat. It's so hard to click away. Stormont says, there are plenty of cops that I'd punch because they're shitheads. Okay, none of that. No violence against other people doing their jobs. I've had a murderer let into the room with me because the cop was dumb and they knew it was the killer. Jesus. I know some shit about hospitals that I shouldn't share. Hospitals can be crazy, and they're not as safe as you think. No. I work in a nursing home and we take everything. Ooh, that's real difficult too. Oh, the police can definitely be corrupt, no doubt about it. But hospitals, most of the time, you're stripped and then the hospital gown and you don't have weapons. I hate to tell you this, but like, you can take away a person's weapons and in the hospital room, they can do a lot of damage. We got these teeth. Doctors and nurses treat these people as patients rather than suspects or dangerous people, and they do everything they can to de-escalate it. Gitma, thank you. I think this is the point that I'm trying to make. Hi, Clint. How are you doing? There's an adversarial nature to the way that the police come into a situation where they see themselves as the good guys who are fighting against the bad guys. Even though so often the quote-unquote bad guys are people who are suffering from mental health problems, who need medical intervention, who need care. But the police are never there to provide care or understanding. And then it feels like they're there to just take control instead of to recalibrate. But in medical situations, that's where they're meant to recalibrate. They're there to look at it as, what can I do to help this situation instead of what can I do to win this situation? Psychosis can make you more resilient to pain and similar stimuli. It actually explains the berserkers very well, come to think of it. Yeah, they can, and that's why they're restrained and given sedatives. Yeah. I guess so. I've never, my doctor friend has never had the experience of sedating, or she hasn't told me about it, but I feel like I've also like asked her about this and she's been like, no. You do everything you can to de-escalate the situation and to help the person. The thing about like just knocking them out with a sedative, it's a temporary fix. The chances of them waking up from the sedative and all of a sudden being all better is kind of... I don't know if that's how sedatives work. It's a temporary solution. A taser can be looked at as a sedative. The way that it physically restrains the body, absolutely. But to be fair to the cop on the street, there's less variables once they've reached us. We assume less armed because they should have been disarmed. And plus it can be 8-on-1. How they are trained to deal with the responses are different at the end of the day. It's crazy. This guy's like, I've got a nice sedative. I have a gun. Okay. Yes, you're a big tough man. Such a big tough man. And guns solve every problem, said the American to the Canadian. Usually if we sedate, it's followed quickly with restraints. Yeah. And then you have like a restrained, upset individual. And then that's the thing. You restrain them and you get them to calm down and you take the time. I guess that's the other thing about with the police. The police don't have a ton of time. It was really nice hearing about all the ways that the Toronto Police Department really tried. To involve like more de-escalation tactics in recent years. Because it happened over and over again in Toronto that there have been family members who have called the police for a relative who's going through a psychotic episode, and then the police just shoot their relative. And this was such a problem that like the city tried to do something about it. Yes, tasing somebody immediately puts them down onto the ground. It's not like it's gonna knock them out for an hour. No, knocking somebody out for an hour is some hellish shit on a person's brain. That's very dangerous. There's a reason anesthesiologists are paid so fucking much. It's because you can really damage somebody by knocking them unconscious. It's very bad for you. There's been success in sending medical health crisis professionals to people suffering mental health issues in public rather than just sending the police. The police are like a hammer. It's great if you need to put in a nail, but not every problem is a nail. Jack Grimble says women like guns too, and they're really proficient with them too, especially rifles. Oh, okay, cool. I had no idea. This is it, says Burninator. The police are sent for too many situations where they shouldn't be. Yeah. And I don't think that's entirely the police's fault. Like, I don't think that the police should be catching heat for being called on for all of these situations. I think it's just part of our growth as a society to recognize that we... Ooh, this is so... Oh my god. I'm gonna alienate all my American viewers. We need more social programs. We need more social programs. Need more societal support. Yay! Ooh, Stream Elements did not like what you just said. Wow, Jack. Yeah. It might be time for a ban, Rightus. Mostly also because, like, as much as I love having somebody come in and just, like, endlessly simp over me, Rickman is a bit unhinged and never contributes to the conversation. Yeah. I think it's okay that they go. Cops are definitely expected to solve too many problems, and they are not trained for it. At least you can't expect everyone to be perfect at it. I'm an American, and I agree with you. Agreed, but all cops are bad. We definitely do need to have more social programs. Health personnel are already in such short supply due to all the psychological stress. Let's see where this ends. We're definitely seeing where it leads to, which is these really shocking stories. Jack Rimble, it's because you said can kill your. Those words, if we were speaking French, I think maybe Stream Elements would have been like, because you're saying tasers can kill your electronics and like bypass, and Stream Elements thinks that you're talking about me personally, and it's like, don't talk about killing V. It doesn't recognize that you're talking about like you, the broad you. Yeah. It just got confused by those couple words put together. I read a really interesting, whoops, ooh, too much talking. I read a really interesting something, prisoners are in secure mental health facility. Her point was essentially that most people are only ever 2 to 3 events away from being in a similar situation to the people that are locked up and under her care, changing my perspective on how we treat and manage people that have done awful things, but aren't necessarily bad people. Oh, we have a raid. Hello, raiding party. Bukata. Bukata X. Or is it Bukata? Is it liquid U? Welcome, hello raiders. Hello, welcome. I don't believe, says Milky Cat, that the police as a whole in the US require more funding. Other programs for the situations we're talking about definitely do. Daddy Canada's off. Goodbye. Have a good walk on your rainy day. Oh, where are you that it's raining? I'm in Toronto and it's pretty sunny, but it's chilly, chilly, chilly. I hope everyone has a good rest of your day. Hooray! It's not the smartest bot. I mean, maybe it's also turned on by me. And it's just like you guys. Is there any insight to the COD montage? Do you know what the word insight means? I feel like you don't. I think you want a different word. I think maybe what you're trying to ask is there more context to the COD montage? Is there a backstory to the COD montage? I don't really know if insight is the exact word. Because I'm like, what insight? I'm saying things. I was just talking about my thoughts. They were all right there on the surface, coming out my mouth. The American healthcare is reaching a downward spin. Oh, I love that you are saying this as if it just started. The American healthcare grift has been going strong for years. I believe the last thing I read said that the greatest shortage of doctors is obstetricians, actually. Highest hours, lowest pay, and the most lawsuits. Plus, they get protested in tons of death threats. Like, plastic surgeons don't often get death threats, but any OBGYN who performs abortions is, like, putting their lives on the line for the extremist people who are like, you're killing babies. But when you talk about diverting funds from the police to other programs that could reduce the burden that's put on them, it's met with so much resistance. Yes. Yes, because the police force already feels like they're being underpaid for putting their lives on the line in the face of duty. Yeah. Oh, I'm in the prairies, Saskatchewan. It's been gloomy all weekend. Oh no, I'm so sorry. No, I wish you had a sunny long weekend like we did. It's okay, Stream Elements, I understand. V is very distracting. Bukata! Welcome, Bukata! Hello, fellow streamer friend. I had forgotten this, but I've seen videos of tasers failing a bunch, at least the ones they shoot over distances. Yeah, they're definitely not foolproof. The tasers are not a solution at all. It's just another step towards de-escalation. But exactly what our friend was saying a moment ago, that each and every one of us is 2 or 3 intensely bad life events away from also being stark raving mad on the street, screaming, flailing a fucking sharpened spatula at strangers. Who knows what our lives could be like after, like, all the crazy shit that comes our way. Woof. North Countryman says V is literally the best distraction. I am quite distracted. Pretty distracting me? Oh, I know it's not new. I work in it. I'm a respiratory therapist in Washington, and I see it daily. It's pretty disheartening. It's pretty disheartening. There was a series of posts on Reddit, though, that were talking about the disheartening nature of the Canadian healthcare system as well. This guy posted in the Toronto subreddit that he had been coming home from a nightclub and he somehow got bit by a raccoon. I don't know what he was doing that close to a raccoon, but he got bit by a raccoon, and then he went to the emergency room and they told him that it would be like thousands of dollars, like maybe like $1,000 to get a rabies shot, and that he would also have to pay like an emergency room fee. He didn't like that, so he just left. And then the internet was going over and over, like just like going intensely hard with, you need to go back to the hospital. You need to get you need to get a rabies shot. If you were bit by a raccoon, this is very serious. He didn't post for a few days, and people were like, that man died. He's absolutely dead. He came back, I think it was yesterday on Sunday night, and he posted an update, and he basically was like, I went back to the emergency room a couple of times. They eventually got me the rabies shot that I need, but now apparently I owe the hospital $3,000. And I had never heard of that. I had never heard of getting such a big bill from a hospital in Canada, mostly because I thought, universal health care? Yeah, there were people in the comments who were saying, you need to go back to the hospital that you went to, you need to talk to the financing department, and you need to get that bill reduced because this isn't appropriate. Oh, my sweet Symphory, thank you for the 420, baby. Oh, I'm looking forward to smoking a joint later tonight. Oh, I'm gonna do my stream today. Hello, stream, I'm doing you. Do you feel done? I'm doing you right now. You're not done. I'm in the process of doing you. Don't you fucking think you're done yet? Sorry. I'm so excited for tonight. I'm probably gonna do like an hour of hardcore yoga. I love an hour of hardcore yoga. It feels very cleansing and my absolute fucking favorite thing. And then I might smoke a joint and then rewatch the first 4 episodes of Pantheon. Oh. What's hardcore yoga and what's softcore yoga then? So I do softcore yoga. I do like soft yoga every single day, about 45 minutes of soft yoga every single day. And that yoga is specifically called trauma-informed yoga or PTSD yoga. So if you've never done yoga before and you want to start, I would recommend starting with trauma-informed yoga, PTSD yoga, because it's like you sit down for 10 minutes and you just sway back and forth gently. What's really interesting is that one of the most difficult, this is going to sound so crazy, one of the most difficult and uncomfortable positions that I've done in trauma-informed yoga is you sit with your legs like crossed in front of you gently. You have your hands on your knees or on your thighs in front of you, and every breath that you let go of out your nose or mouth, you lower your chin to your chest and extend the back of your neck. And every breath that you take in, you lift up your chest, your sternum, up towards your chin. And it's very simple. It's literally just those 2 moves for like 5 to 10 minutes in a row. You breathe out and you lower your chin ever so slightly, lengthening the back of your neck and the back of your like upper shoulders as well. And then when you breathe in, you think about like, the way that I think about it is my chest, my like rib cage is a book and it's closed. And so when I think about lifting my chest up, I think about like opening the book of my chest and like pushing my spine, which is like my spine and the spine of the visual book that I have in my mind, lifting that up. And for whatever reason, when I started doing trauma-informed yoga, that's like one of the first positions in Yoga with Adrienne's PTSD yoga. That position was wildly difficult for me to do. Like so difficult for me to do that I like I would be fidgeting, I would like have my eyes open, I would like be playing with my dog. It took me weeks. It took me weeks and weeks and weeks of doing the same yoga routine every single day. Like maybe even months, because I just feel like I'm getting it and it's May. And I started doing this yoga routine every single day in January. It took me months to be able to do the simplest position, which is just lowering your chin on every breath out and raising your chest up on every breath in. Something about doing it in sequence, about the stillness of it in my body, it feels very meditative. It feels very small and very precious. And to be honest, it's kind of more fun and more relaxing to do like the big hardcore yoga poses where you're doing like sun salutations and you're like doing lunges and you're balancing on one foot and kicking your back foot up behind you and reaching outwards. Those really like physically demanding, dynamic yoga moves really turn off your brain's ability to think and to ruminate on thoughts and feelings. But the PTSD yoga is very meditative. And I think that's why that like lowering your chin and raising your chest and just doing those two moves, which really like opens up your ability to breathe through your back and your neck and your shoulders. It's interesting how that was so difficult for me to quote unquote master, even though it's like the simplest thing imaginable. The system has its pros and cons, says Storm. Just like Canada does, my biggest problem I have with our system is that we are so short on staff. The shit that people get away with is disturbing. Woo! Elle says, for the most part, you pay for the snacks in the vending machine and the 17 hours of waiting. Yes, I was also really surprised that this guy was given such a huge bill to get a rabies shot. Because it is in the best interest of every single Canadian person that we don't have somebody with rabies just meandering about and riding the TTC. Honestly, rabies sounds intensely terrifying. One of the most terrifying diseases imaginable. I'm very glad that we don't have it in the UK. Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't. Isn't that wild? Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Oh, it's what my stalker sings to me from the bushes. Sounds very mindful, sounds very demure. The rabies zombie outbreak. Exactly, yes. Soft calms the mind and hard trains the body. Yes, I would say soft yoga, like trauma-informed yoga, PTSD-specific yoga, is about regulating the nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. And that's why you do it. You do it to regulate your body, to let go of the stress of the previous day, and to reset yourself back to neutral so that when you go into today, you're not still annoyed by like what fucking Joe Schmo did the other day. Sorry, Joe Schmo, I just looked at your username and used you as an example. And then lots of other yoga routines, like if you go onto YouTube and you type in yoga flow, it's usually what they call them, like a yoga session is usually called a yoga flow. Most of those are for training your body, and that also does regulate your nervous system, but it also activates your nervous system as well. Oh no, I'm gonna go take my break right now. Yeah, sorry, you didn't miss it, I missed it, my bad. I was just having so much fun talking with you guys. And I know that you're having so much fun listening to me, which means that you guys are gonna have even more fun listening to me when you start gifting me some fucking subs. All right, BRB guys, I'll let you get your wallets. Welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing today? I uploaded the pictures to Instagram for you to enjoy. But it's also a lie. I love enjoying it too. Some of those photos are absolutely irresistible in their execution. Enough to make you want to get executed so you can live in heaven with that picture as your wife. As your beautiful wife. Yes. That's what's awaiting all of us in heaven, is beautiful wives. Even me. Oh, speaking of my beautiful wife, here she comes. Oh, hey Gaga Gamer, how's it going? What's good? Ah, yes. What were we talking about? Oh, that guy. Oh, fuck, that guy who got the rabies shot. Mostly we're all just happy that he posted again and that he's not dead. That's the best case scenario. Have you guys ever had that happen where you read something that somebody posted on the internet and then you go and you check their profile and you're like, oh my God, they've never posted again. I hope they just made a new account and didn't get moited. Gaga Gamer, doing okay? Relaxing on my day off of work? Yeah, happy long weekend. The scariest thing about rabies is that once the symptoms become apparent, it's so far deeply inside your nervous system, there is nothing anyone can do about it. It's the same reason the chickenpox virus comes back as shingles. It hides in your nerves. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. I definitely had chickenpox when I was a kid. And now I'm like, oh, so it's just a matter of time before I develop shingles. Well, fuck me. Well, fuck me. Time to upload me onto the internet. Take my body out of here. Have you watched Pantheon? There's 2 seasons of it, so it's been out for a little while. It's an AMC cartoon, so the animation style looks a lot. It reminds me so much of Invincible's animation style. And the story is fucking amazing. It's so perfectly dystopian, but then very grounded in reality, grounded in the moment, grounded in what feels like our present as well. All the voice acting is so fucking good. Paul Dano just fucking making me... I don't know, I was gonna try to make something sexy out of his name, but I'm not really... Dano, Kablamo, Shishamo... Tony is up, says, I loved the first season of Pantheon. Oh no, does it fall off in the second season? No. My experience of it right now is that it's perfect all the way through, and I want to believe that. Hello, my pretty kitty. Hello, my pretty kitty. Oh my God. The premise of Pantheon is fucking amazing. Pretty like standard sci-fi idea. Where the technology rather has allowed people to be uploaded online, and instead of them being an artificial intelligence, they're an uploaded intelligence. And so it's all about like the realities of what it would be like to be an uploaded intelligence. And the way, I'm gonna barf just from talking about it. The way that they upload your intelligence into the computer is by cutting the top of your head off, exposing your brain, and then putting a laser system above it. And the laser system like reverse 3D prints your brain into the computer, which means the laser is burning away at your brain, cutting it up basically, and then absorbing every bit of it that it cuts away into the computer as like an upload of your brain and your mind. It's so terrifying. It happens early in like the first episode, I think, maybe the second episode. But you see somebody going through the procedure of having their intelligence uploaded online. And it was, you guys, it was so scary. It was so awful. It's so terrifying. I really don't like. I loved, was that in, oh no. Which Hannibal Lecter movie is it? With Julianne Moore and Ray Liotta, where Ray Liotta gets his head cut open and he gets his brain. Oh, oh, I hate it. Oh my God. It's very intense. It's very scary. So I watched those episodes yesterday and was like, oh my God, I'm so fucking freaked out. I'm so freaked out. And I know myself well enough to know that, like, I'm gonna give myself nightmares. I'm gonna give myself a fucking nightmare from watching this. And I woke up at 5 a.m. to the feeling of, like, to what me felt like my head being opened up. And I was like, oh, here it goes. Here it goes. It's gonna eat my fucking brain. And it was just my cat. It was just this beautiful little kitty cat coming and, like, licking my forehead and licking my hair and waking me up to be like, pay attention to me. I'll pay attention to you, my beautiful little house panther. My beautiful house panther. I withhold judgment on the second season. I haven't watched it beyond the first episode. The first episode of the second season just didn't hook me right away like the first season did. Interesting. You know what? I don't necessarily think that means that it's not a worthy season. I think that quite often the first episode of the first of a series, they put a lot into it, and then the season premiere of season 2, they're like, we'll slow things way down. So that seems pretty par for the course, I think. Oh, Fanboy says, I'll remember that scene forever. It's terrifying. It's so terrifying. I'm glad that I'm watching the show, absolutely. But I also feel like, Jesus fucking Christ. The horrors of this world and what we can imagine are infinite. Yeah. If you keep a low stress lifestyle, oh my God, Storm, I'm sorry. Do you see what the world is? How does anyone remain low stress in this world? Don't have a weak immune system. Okay, I think I'm okay there. I feel like my immune system's pretty okie dokie. The odds are the shingles won't happen or I'll be very minimal. Oh, thank God. Healthcare worker brain quickly replacing with them thighs though. Oh man. Oh, the kitty. Hey kitty, you're popular. People love you. It's me. I'm people who love her. You're not wrong though about like having a low stress life isn't about like living in a low stress environment. It is about when terrible things happen to you, does your body become so overwhelmed by stress that it starts having different elements of shutting down? Or when stressful things happen to you, does your parasympathetic nervous system kick into gear and help you remain regulated? Which is like what the yoga's for. It's what the yoga's for. Yeah. In the yoga routines that Yoga with Adrian does, she says, oh, thank you, Simfervi. Thank you. She says specifically, doing yoga daily will help you live with more ease. It will help your life feel easier, even if your life is not easier, because you'll be able to move through the difficult things without feeling like they're tearing you apart. You'll be able to be like, I don't know, confronted with terrible experiences and recognize them for what they are, but not be destroyed by them. Hello, Soul Jobs. Oh, you're here for the feet, aren't you? Okay, well, I am going to let you know that if you start talking about my feet or start talking about feet, it's just an automatic ban. Mostly because we've heard too much of it. We've heard all of it already. We have been insanely patient with the foot fetishists, and now we're just going to step on you, just how you want. Yoga and meditation are good for the brain. Yes, the brain and the mind and the body. Which is, I guess, exactly what Pantheon is really about. The question in Pantheon, at least in the beginning, is that if you are uploaded, if your body is removed and your brain is scanned with this laser, is your mind still you? And I think it's interesting, some of the characters in the beginning of the series are talking about how an uploaded intelligence isn't human anymore. It doesn't have a human body. It doesn't have human feelings. It's not a human. But to me, the answer in that conversation would just be, but they're still a person. Just because they're not a human being anymore doesn't mean that they're not a person, doesn't mean that they don't have a personhood, an individuality, an experience. And there are lots of non-human persons in the world. Like, some countries even recognize dolphins as non-human persons. And I was always raised that, like, your cats and your dogs, your pets, that they are non-human persons. Like, this little cat is her own person. She has an individual experience, perspective, memory. Everything about her is special. But she's not a human being, but that doesn't mean that she's not alive. Yeah, Zybex. Oh, Ritus, he was talking again, like, being an uploaded intelligence is similar to being a person, but you as a person are quite dead. I don't think he was talking about, like, me, Invader V is dead. I think, yeah. Zyblex, you would do well with a little bit more context in your comments. Just telling a Twitch streamer you will be dead, or you are quite dead, doesn't really fly. Doesn't often fly. No, we're gonna ground you for that. If you are unable to have a casual force in physical reality, you're not really a human being, though. That's what the TV show is basically arguing. It's like, if you upload your intelligence, you're no longer a human being. And I agree. I mean, human beings are, when you see one, you know one. And we know human beings so well when we see one that we actually have the uncanny valley. Because Homo sapiens, that we are, lived for a really long time on this planet with other creatures who were non-Homo sapien persons. And then that's the thing, yeah, no, sure. In the TV show of Pantheon, the uploaded intelligences do have force in reality. Like, one of the uploaded intelligences is able to, no spoilers, but they're able to completely shut down an entire company. Because the internet and websites are reality for human beings. And the uploaded intelligences in this TV show are also inside of the reality of these websites, the reality of the internet. I mean, surely you haven't heard it all. I am not interested in hearing about how much you want to fuck my feet. If you are genuinely that dedicated to the idea of getting with me, you can just gift me some fucking subs, and you will get a much more positive response to me than you just going on and on and on about how much you want to fuck somebody's feet. Go ahead and gift the subs, you filthy cowards. I bet you won't. Filthy cowards. Look at a whole stream of non-person people in my chat. No force in reality here. I guess you guys are all not real. Sorry, not used to the threats even being a thing. It's okay, there's like a context. Oh, good boy, Brandon. Oh, and simp for V. Oh, that's genuinely more than I thought you guys were gonna do. All right, you showed me. Gaga Gamer says, so would you be considered artificial intelligence then? So Gaga Gamer, we're not talking about artificial intelligence. We're talking about uploaded intelligence. And artificial intelligence is something else entirely. I don't even really know what it is. I don't think many people do. But what we're talking about is uploaded intelligence, taking a human brain and uploading it onto the internet. Uploading it onto a server. On one hand, I'm like, gift subs for the cutie. But then on the other hand, I'm so stubborn to be told to do it. I'm not telling you to do it. What it's technically referred to is a call to action. And I didn't invent this. I'm not the fucking progenitor of it. This is something that every single content creator will do and has done for the entire time that the ability to content create exists. It's just a call to action. I can't actually make you do anything. I've never made any single person give me money. That's fucking ridiculous to think that somebody could do that. The reality is, you are in control of what you do. If you make the decision to pay me because you are entertained by my stream, that literally raises you in my esteem, because I value people who can recognize value. And I don't value people who only recognize their own selfish needs. So it just shows me where you're at, and it shows me where I'm at. And I hope I don't get banned again for implying that people who don't subscribe to their entertaining Twitch streams as being selfish, but there are so many ways to support what you enjoy. And if you decide to not support what you enjoy, you're stealing happiness from yourself even. I think there have been way too many instances of your favorite content creators going offline, finding different things to do, or just quitting. Because putting yourself out there in front of an audience and doing a call to action, asking for support in what you're doing. I know you guys don't like to hear it, but it does require a type of bravery. It does require a force of will that many people do not have, and many people are too cowardly to embrace. So it's okay. If you've never done it, then I'm sure you have no idea what I'm talking about, and you'll feel very judgmental about my experience. And then for those of you who have been brave enough to put yourself in front of an audience and do a call to action and say, support me, I know my worth. I know that I'm worth your support, so that I can continue supporting you by showing up and talking with you. Seems pretty cut and dry to me. We've heard it so much. Sort of like Soma. Oh, Soma was so good, so scary, very Soma-like, yeah. And actually what's so funny, right, is that there's a scene early in Pantheon that for whatever reason, although most of the show of Pantheon takes place in the United States, there's this very important scene that takes place in Toronto. I couldn't believe it. I actually jumped up off the couch a little bit and was like, oh my God, I live here. Here is where I live. It's so lovely. Mm-hmm. I remember you from the Modern Warfare 2 edit. Good for you. Okay. Hey, since you're Canadian, my papers have a high chance of being rejected. Do you think it's smart to pay an e-girl $20,000 Canadian to marry me for papers? If yes, where do I find her and who should I trust? $20,000 seems kind of low. No, you can't make anyone do anything, but it's a debate of how the wording goes. Oh. You didn't use the exact right words to get me to support your stream, so you're just gonna penalize me then for not being perfect? Jesus, how do you feel when you look in the mirror? I don't think it's wrong, and even if you outright demand it. More like I said, I'm a stubborn person, side effect of my job, commonly push against heavy personalities. That sucks. That sucks for you, dude. I encourage you to have some agency in your life so that you can actually make decisions based on what you like rather than just, against what you don't like. Yeah. Moderators, ban this guy who said, I'm scared to write here, to be honest. Get banned again. Ban him. Do it. If he's not confident in his ability to behave, then why the fuck should we be? Shame, we never get a conclusion to the show. 1899. Did you ever watch that one? It was the same writers as Dark. Oh, no, and I haven't watched Dark either, but I've heard good things about the beginning of it. I heard that Dark also kind of struggled from sticking the landing. Yeah. Simp for V says it perfectly. V deserves everything. Fuck yes, I do. And I know it. We eat fear. Yeah, it's springtime and it's time for some shedding. Oh yeah, kitty. Kitty letting all the fur go wild. Ooh. Yeah, fuck yeah, Reloaded Toad. That's what I like to see. Thank you. Let me sing you my Welcome to the Blanket Fort song. This is what you get for the first time you subscribe. You all get it once. Maybe not everyone once. Sometimes people get it multiple times. Sometimes people get it 0 times. Welcome to the Blanket Fort. I'm very glad you're here. I'll send the air reverberating with a mighty cheer. I'll sing you in, I'll sing you out. To you I raise a mighty shout. Yo, yo, my sub is here, so welcome to my stream. Dark is up there on my list of best TV shows. Definitely worth the watch, in my opinion. It feels difficult to get into something if like you know the fandom has become like very toxic near the end of it. It feels like my nervous system tells me it's just another Game of Thrones, and you shouldn't do another Game of Thrones. Dark is good, but you need to pay attention. Yes, I've heard there's a lot of confusion. Yeah. Oh, baby, that's some hardcore simping for V. Oh, yeah, that's the good shit, baby. Oh, and the pussy agrees too. Oh, yeah. Fanboy says, my mother's cat sheds endlessly. I could comb her for hours and the shedded hair will never run out. Oh, shit, that sucks. That's what I love about this little short-haired angel. It's like, maybe like 10 minutes a day, every other day. 10 minutes a day, every other day. And she's pretty good. Like, there's not a ton of extra hair that comes out. Yeah, I'm talking about you, my beautiful girl. Yes, my beautiful girl. Her eyes have gotten more green as she's gotten older. When she was a kitten and I first got her from the Humane Society, her eyes were kind of orange. Sometimes a little orange, occasionally a little green. It's very earth colored, like stone and sea glass, I would say her eyes were. And now that she's older, they're just pure green. Like there's barely any orange ever that shows up in her eyes. They're just all green. My sweet green-eyed angel. I'm digging those twitching majestic outfits and the black stockings. Ballerina outfit on deck. Yeah, it is kind of like a slutty dancer outfit. I love slutty dancer is my favorite fashion styling. Yes. Oh yeah, Sam Dog, that's what I like to see. Some puns. Sam Dog says, there's a rumor about my group of cows that only eat small fruit. I heard it through the grapevine. My grandfather used to grow his own grapes and make his own wine. It was vile. It was awful. It was like fucking yes, the proton factor. Yes, thank you. Proton factor, this story is just for you. No one else is allowed to listen because you're the best. You're the fucking best. Thank you. I wish I could scream and freak out more, but the cat will kill me. So I'm kind of like trying to keep it within the cat's tolerance phase. But my grandfather would grow his own grapes and then make his own wine. It was like paint thinner. Like, you know, as a kid, most of us are not particularly fond of the smell or the taste of alcohol. It's really, really strong. It's really like, I don't know if astringent is the word, but I'm going to use it. But good God in heaven. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing to see my grandfather drink that wine and be like, it's like you're drinking straight poison, dude. Are you fucking immortal? Wild. Real wild. Oh, he was growing specifically wine grapes. But he was growing like, I think they were like Portuguese wine grapes in southern Ontario. Like, there are grapes that are grown in southern Ontario. There's like a huge, it's called vineyard country. There's like a huge, but that's like down by Niagara. That is south. Where my grandparents lived was like a little bit up north. So yeah, these grapes were like Portuguese grapes being grown in Ontario, made into Portuguese wine in Ontario. But also my grandpa loved it, and he was very healthy. He was very healthy for a long ass time too. So maybe there was something in that wine. Maybe it wasn't so bad. Tortured grape wine, oh my god. I don't even need to say this because I know that you guys already know it, and I know that you guys already feel this way. How much do you hate on TikTok to get around being censored? People use the word grape instead of rape. They'll say, this woman was raped. I hope that somebody smarter than I can like specifically explain why that's so bothersome. I don't exactly know why it irks me so much, but I do know that it's not just me who fucking hates it. Trying to think about it, my first thought is that it's like when you're a little kid and you ask, where do babies come from? And you're asking that question because you want a real answer. But the answer that you get is like, oh, well, the bunny goes into the hole and then the baby bunnies come out again. Yeah, there's like an infantilization. Reloaded Toad says it's because of sponsors and because it's 18 plus. I guess that makes sense. Oh, Brandon, yes! Yes, Brandon, yes, 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 yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Brandon, you did it just right. This guy said, asking us to play along with an illusion, you'd have to... Oh, like that's why they're saying those words? They're like asking us to go along with the illusion? Or are you referencing something else? Oh, Brandon, you're the best, 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 best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now the cat's gone, wow! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Fuck yeah! People are using those words because of the sponsorships and 18 plus, and they're like lots. But then again, it's like there are children. There are children on the internet, and children know about these things. It's what age of innocence are we trying to protect? I think that's why you unconsciously find it offensive. I forget what you said before, James. I'm sorry. I got distracted by the gifted subs. If you use the normal words, the algorithm will just shadow ban you. Like my Instagram. Yeah. There are a lot of problems with TikTok. There are a lot of problems with TikTok. Something that I keep seeing popping up online over and over and over again is that if you report a child's account because this child is posting sexually explicit content, they will not take it down. They will not remove the account. And there's so much crazy fucking racism. Like an insane amount of fucking crazy racism. I've seen comments on TikTok where they're just straight up using the most vile racist language. And then I've seen the responses from TikTok saying, we didn't find anything wrong with this comment, we're leaving it up. Sorry, go fuck yourself. It's hard not to think that they're trying to incite race wars, that they're trying to incite more instability, trying to incite more delusional thinking and more adversarial, just like ass backwards racism. What the fuck? Sorry. And speaking about ass backwards racism, was anybody else just absolutely tickled, just delighted by watching that plantation burn down? One of the most famous and oldest plantations, slave plantations in the United States, burned down last week. Oh, golly. Miss Molly. It was so funny. So many like gorgeous black women, content creators. There was one picture of this girl. She has 2 cell phones filming it, and she's streaming it. And it's her smile. I almost posted it on my Instagram story. I almost like reposted it on my Instagram, but then I was like, you don't post political shit very often. Let's not do. Although it's also not political. It's just fucking human. It's just human to delight in the destruction of a place of evil. A disgusting place of evil. Braxy Bear says, I could feel the warmth here in New York City. Oh, yes. Those flames did the Lord's work. Tear that fucking sick place down. I never had a good feeling about Ryan Reynolds, and I never had a good feeling about Blake Lively. I know that like shitting on them is one of the most popular things you can do on the internet today. But those fuckers got married on a plantation, which is disgusting. They're older than I am, and I was definitely taught abso-fucking-lutely not. It's like, it is like getting married at a concentration camp. Why would you want to be married where your fellow human beings were being tortured, raped, systematically murdered, and dehumanized? How the fuck are you going to go, this is my special day where I get to feel like a princess? Like, you're sick. You're sick? Suck my dick. You're sick. TikTok is an app for children. Oh my God. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. I mean, you're not wrong, and oh Jesus. Expect childish behavior. It's not political. It's just exploitation. Exploitation is political. How can you say that in one sentence? It's not political. It's just exploitation. Exploitation is inherently political. The app is free. You are the product. Fact. Yeah. It's beyond political. It's a very well working tool for manipulation of electronics is also all the other media. I disagree. I do not feel radicalized by Pinterest. I cannot recall, and I'm on there a lot, I cannot recall ever seeing something on Pinterest that I was like horrified or shocked by. And so I want to fight back against this idea that apps online, that the electronic media that we're consuming is inherently going to be like negative and evil. I think that a vast majority, and have you read Careless People by Sarah Wynne Williams? It seems like it's something that you would like based on like the little bit that you're saying to me. But I encourage everybody to read Careless People, a memoir of Sarah Wynne Williams' time being the like executive of international policy for Facebook Meta. Many of these corporations and basically all of these apps have the central beginning tenet of earning money. And earning money is not inherently evil. It isn't. A lot of us earn money every day, and we don't feel evil by doing it. But what happens is that these companies recognize that by behaving in evil ways, they can earn more money. And then that's the problem. There it goes. That's the slippery slope. Maybe Pinterest is where we should go. I mean, you can choose what you engage with. And I think that's something that many of us don't feel we have. Do you feel like you can choose what you engage with? I feel like I look at my phone every once in a while and I get really frustrated. And then I put it down and I open a book. And it makes me feel better. It makes me feel more connected to authentic humanity rather than the capitalistic society that we've created online. Oh, look, says Braxy Bear, a pretty little crocheted animal. Time for some anarchy. Well, on other platforms, it's like, oh, look, there's like a pretty girl doing some exercises. I wonder what oh my God, all the comments are talking about how women should be in the kitchen and that they should be pregnant and that they shouldn't have any choices in their lives. It's like the descent into madness is often tightly linked to the descent into the comments. But consistently we see that the origin point isn't nasty. We just kind of descend into nastiness. Oof. Oof. Juco? Don't even get me started on Twitter. And also thank you for calling it Twitter. I deleted TikTok only because it was full of political videos and I don't follow any political accounts. Yeah. Reloaded Toad, thank you for the bits, baby. I feel some addicted to AI, the geopolitics. It doesn't make me feel good. Babe, yeah. You need to start making some decisions for yourself. Making small decisions for yourself will help you practice making big decisions for yourself. Aggressive Tuna. What a great username. Tuna are so big and scary. I had no idea. I thought tuna fish were teeny tiny little babies because they came in little cans. Too much time on our phones. Way too much time. I wonder how this is going to affect human behavior in like 30 or 40 years. Insane phone usage is fairly new. Aggressive Tuna. We're already seeing it. We are already seeing the immediate consequences of children being raised in front of screens. And even my friends are like not immune to it. One of my buddies went out for dinner with his friends who have children. And like, they're my friends too. I love my friends. I think they are amazing parents. They had their children because they want to spend hours a day with them. They love their kids. Their children are also very smart and very sweet. But they're really little too. They're both under 10 years old. And it happened that during dinner, the kids were just so rowdy. The kids were just so disruptive. The kids were just so overstimulated. My friends did pull out the iPad and put on a TV show for them. And immediately the kids were just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna sit and watch this TV show and eat my food. And that's not evil. That's not an evil thing. The children need to eat their dinner. The parents are allowed to have a peaceful meal. And in a way, putting the iPad with a TV show on in front of them is a solution. It's just a little bit like chemotherapy for cancer, where it's like, yeah, this is a solution, but it's also coming with a huge cost. There is like a huge cost to this solution. And truly, I don't know what the fucking alternative is. As much as we all like to imagine that we would raise our children differently, how? How can we be different? How can we? We don't just raise our children in a vacuum with our values and our decisions. These children are going to be socialized with other kids. They're going to see how other children are treated by their parents. And it's a very inescapably social thing to go, I want that for me too. We envy what we see every single day. And even if you don't slap your children's face straight into an iPad, they're gonna see their peers, their other friends doing that, and they're gonna think, why can't I do this? Why don't I get this? It's a compromise, says Braxabear. Yeah, it is. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah, that's something that will happen a lot in my household, says Dabby. But it can't be a frequent thing because that's what they will expect. It's crazy to think, says Aggressive Tuna. It's like impossible to change our phone habits. We're just in it. Aggressive Tuna, it's not impossible to change your phone habits. It is actually very possible and very good for you to continuously adjust all of your habits. you just have to make small different decisions. It's basically impossible to not look at your phone. We basically always want to be looking at our phones all the time. So instead of trying to not look at your phone, give yourself something else to look at. Like, force yourself to read a book. Sometimes as you're reading the book, you can use your phone to like Google certain words that you're unfamiliar with. You can Google turns of phrases or like cultural references that you don't know. And in which case then, yeah, you're still using your phone, but you're not glued to it. It's become relegated to its appropriate position as a tool rather than like the central focus of our entire fucking lives, which it definitely should not be the central focus of our entire fucking lives. We can change it. We definitely can. I am so guilty of this though. When I think of the number one thing that I want to do to relax at the end of the day, it is put on an episode of Bob's Burgers and just scroll through Reddit. Just scroll through Reddit. It is so relaxing. I really love it. You are gorgeous, says Arcline. Oh, thank you. It's mostly lighting and makeup, but okay. Rita says technology is totally messing with the new generation in some real bad ways. I've seen posts from students who are complaining about having to write a 500-word essay and asking, how do people manage to write them before ChatGPT? It's crazy. So this weekend, I had my first threesome. I love that I'm saving this until the very end of chat. This weekend, I had my very first threesome. It was amazing. So fun. It's very fun to have sex with two people at once. Sign me up again for that. And while we were having our threesome, we were talking about this. We were talking about, because like in between sex, you have to catch your breath and he needs to replenish his fluids. So we were talking about this, about how quickly, like unimaginably fast, ChatGPT has obliterated decades of education. Like, I don't judge these kids. I really don't. I struggled so, this is what I did to write essays in university. I would bake a dozen cookies. Because in university, essays were usually around like 10 to 15 pages. I would bake myself a dozen cookies. I would put the cookies on a plate next to my computer. And every time I finished writing a full page of the essay, I would eat one cookie. And so, yes, in university, I was very young. My metabolism was super high. I was also in a theater program, which meant that I was in class and rehearsal for 12 hours a day. So I wasn't getting overweight from eating all these cookies. But yes, I would eat a cookie every time I finished a page. And that's the only way I could finish my fucking essays. I don't recommend that. But I definitely see that it wouldn't even occur to me. It wouldn't even occur to me to bake the cookies and reward myself with the cookies to write the essay. I would just use ChatGPT immediately. Yes. Rightus, I'll be honest, I hate ChatGPT. I almost failed my year because of it. I can't reference for shit. You need citations, references for dissertations, and when I wrote my university dissertation, I used it to reference my work, and I got the reference methods all wrong. Oh, yeah. The referencing was really difficult for me as well. Yo, what's good, Beer Bacon? The referencing was really difficult for me as well because for whatever reason, half of my teachers were like, you can use standard reference. Like, I forget what it's called, but the one that you use in high school. And then the other half of my teachers were like, no, you need to use this special kind. And I was like, oh, no, I can't do two different types of references in the same. I bet no one was on their phone during that. Actually, I am a little bit concerned because I did notice that after the first round of fucking, the guy that we were fooling around with did have his cell phone, and I was like, oh shit, were you taking pictures of us without us noticing? Could be, could be. Yeah, ChatGPT sucks for anything academic. I'm also just, I also know that even if I did, Cambridge style referencing, that's the one that I was thinking of. Yeah, APA didn't sound familiar, but Cambridge sounds, yeah, the Cambridge style of using your annotations, your references was the one that I think I learned. I was using Harvard referencing for my dissertations. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know. I hope you're well, homie. Oh yeah, I'm super good. Yeah. You guys did Cambridge style referencing on that side of the pond? We used Harvard over here. I did not know Harvard. No, that does not sound familiar. I think we did Cambridge style. I think. That's what like rang a bell, but now it's been a minute since university. I also just feel like number one. Oh, yay! Oh my god, you're the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Number one, people come into my stream when I started streaming and they told me, why do you talk like an AI? You talk like a computer. I already have. And when I worked in market research, for a little while where I would call people. They weren't cold calls. I was calling people from our reference. And people would still be like, you're a computer, I'm hanging up on you. And I'd be like, no, I'm a person, please don't hang up on me. I just know that even if I didn't use ChatGPT to write my essay, the teachers would be like, yes, you did. Yes, you did use ChatGPT. And then I would have to like whip out my Google Docs with all of the fucking... Oh, the alerts still aren't going. I don't know what that's about. I'll just do them for you. Oh, yeah! Remember when that was the alert? I loved when that was the alert. That was so good. Did you have to learn MLA format in Canada as well? Oh, wait. Now that you've said MLA, maybe that is the one that we used and we didn't use Cambridge? Maybe we did use MLA. Jesus, I obviously did not do a good job of learning this. It did not stick with me. Tubby Rumpkin. Great username. Amazing username. Oh, hi, Hyena Bite. Great username, Tubby Rumpkins. I also have a Tubby Rump. You can see it on my Patreon. Go click, guys. My butt's right there for you. I feel like there's meaningfully a lot more melting kids' brains now than there was when I was growing up, and I feel bad for them. The older generations have totally fucked us. It feels like what is happening now is what our parents were warning us about in the 90s. In the 90s, our parents were like, don't sit there and watch TV. It'll melt your brain. It didn't. Watching TV did not melt our brains. We were watching often like long form series of TV shows with multiple characters, different life experiences, different art styles. Like there was a fuck ton of variety in the TV shows that we were watching. We were watching shows about cartoon character kids living lives just like ours. Like I think of Hey Arnold and Rugrats, all of these amazing shows. But our parents really framed it as like, this is garbage, this is no good for you, this is brain rot. But it wasn't brain rot. It was thoughtful, educational, inspirational television. I fucking loved it. And they told us that it was brain rot, brain rot, brain rot. And now we're there. And now it's here. I didn't feel like my attention span was inappropriate when I was younger. I mean, it was and it wasn't. The way that I talk, you guys know me. I could have been diagnosed, I think, with ADHD, but I wasn't, thank God, because I don't think that I have ADHD. But I had a lot of hypervigilance and a lot of hyper-awareness that then also exhausted me, which kind of presented that way in school. But, like, that was a result of my home life. That was not a result of television. Yeah, says Tubby Rumpkins. Boomfia. But we did get Square Eyes. Oh, I don't know Square Eyes. Beautiful, says Rudy Locks 420. Like Goldilocks? Now kids get a fuck ton of variety, flipping through TikToks every 60 seconds. But no, that's the thing. I don't feel like there's a fuck ton of variety. I think that there's huge upswings of popularity. There's like this really intense desire to find like the new cool popular thing. Whereas it kind of felt in the past like there was more emphasis on creating your own weird experience. Because our TV was great with vast stories. Meanwhile, new kids' TV shows are just like colors and sounds. It does feel a little harder to get into some shows. Yeah. now kids are served bot-generated slop on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Going viral. Like, having your specific content go viral feels like the single most important facet of anything online. That's a bit fucking exhausting. Yeah. We have tons of great family shows in the 90s. We did. We really, really did. The Wild Thornberrys. I loved Hey Arnold so much. I liked how weird all of the characters looked. I liked how they had interesting shaped heads, interesting shaped faces. Oh, yeah. It really feels like there wasn't so much same face syndrome. You know? Do you guys know same face syndrome? It's just everywhere. We get same face syndrome on Instagram with like filters giving everybody the same sort of like beautiful face Instagram face. Get same face syndrome in movies and television. It's like, how many Margot Robbies are there? How many Margot Robbies are there? There's, what's her first name? Her last name is Presley. There's also the other one from Sex Education, McKay. Getting a lot of same face in movies and TV shows, a lot of same face in like cartoons and animation. Whoa. I mean, I love, oh, Jamie Presley, thank you, yeah. I almost called her Jessica Presley, and I was like, Jessica Presley's not right, no. But like Jamie Presley, Margot Robbie, Emma Mackey, maybe? No, McKay or Mackey. I can't remember exactly what her last name is as well. And the reality is their names don't stick out as much in my mind because I'm like, they all got the same face. Samara Weaving as well. I completely forgot about Samara Weaving. I even saw a picture of Samara Weaving and thought, wow, Margot Robbie is everywhere. And I was like, it's not even her. There's a lot of same face syndrome. Which is one of the reasons why I take it almost personally that so many idiotic people online are angry about Bella Ramsey. I love Bella Ramsey. I think they are an amazing talent. I think they are incredibly attractive, being so young as well. Like, sorry, they're so young, but like attractive in their person. And it just makes me feel so happy to see somebody with a face. Like, with a face that looks like a face. A face that looks like somebody I could know. Somebody relatable. Somebody that I have known. I went to elementary school and high school with people that had those features. And I connected with those people who had those features. And then when I see Bella Ramsey doing their work, it makes me just intrinsically, immediately connected to them because they feel familiar. They feel real to me. I did not go to school with people who look like Jamie Presley, Emma Mackey, Samara Weaving, or Margot Robbie. They were not my classmates. To be honest, they were always the type of women that I saw that were propped up as being better than me, more successful than me, more attractive than me. I felt no connection to them, and that sucks. That kind of sucks. That's a me problem, but it's also an industry problem. You look like Caroline from Vampire Diaries. Thank you. I probably am less beautiful than them, but I feel very happy that you can recognize my beauty and their beauty together. Thank you. Of course, they're angry about Bella Ramsey. It makes me so angry. Hello, beautiful. Hello, Viper. How are you? I just want you to know. I wanted to know. What's your favorite thing to do when it's raining outside? Oh, I love watching movies. My favorite thing is if it's dark and stormy out there, like real. Rawr. I love putting on a horror movie and then being like, I too am in the movie. I too am on a dark and stormy night on a winding, haunted road. I love it. Bella slapped in Game of Thrones. Bella did the best they could with Game of Thrones. There was some real stupid shit that they were forced to do, but they did it with integrity. Pedro Pascal was the most spot on of Joel in The Last of Us. Yeah, Pedro Pascal does no wrong. He does no wrong. Yes. My issue with Ramsey is purely that I just don't buy them. Bella Ramsey goes by they, them pronouns. It's okay if you don't get that right away. I don't buy them as older Ellie. So you would have preferred if they had cast another actor who was older to play that next phase of their life? I think that's okay. That's okay. It's also, if you didn't know that Bella Ramsey went by they, them pronouns, that's also totally fine. I don't think you were being rude or insulting. I just think it's something that you get to learn. We all get to learn. I think that's okay. With film and television and all entertainment, you have to suspend your disbelief. And age is one of the easiest suspensions of disbelief. John Travolta in Grease. Stockard Channing in Grease. No, I would have preferred if they magically grew a few inches. Oh, Tubby Rumpkin? Babe, I think you have a bad understanding of female anatomy. Most born female people do not do a ton of growing. Almost full stop. You know what I mean? Like, I went to school with tons of guys who were like really, really short and then they shot right up. But basically every girl that I went to school with was the height that she would be as an adult by the time we were like 15 years old. And that unfortunately kind of contributes to a lot of inappropriate sexualization of young women, because a lot of young women just like grow that height. Are you comparing a video game character to a real live person? Oh. Tubby Rumpkins, I don't want to be rude, but you're having an unrealistic expectation. That's just an unrealistic expectation. In the video game, Ellie, I think, was actually much younger and then grew up, and so like maybe she went through like a little growth spurt and grew like an inch or two. But being angry at an actor for not being tall enough is like, okay, you need to bring this up with Tom Cruise. This is not Bella Ramsey. She went from 14 to 19 between the games. I'm going to be honest with you. I am the same height now that I was when I was 14 and when I was 19. I barely grew at all between those two ages. The growth spurts between boys and girls are totally different. Yeah. And also in a video game, I mean, that's not a person. You can never expect a human being to be like the video game, because the video game's not real. Yeah, between 14 to 19, most women don't get much taller. We usually just like fill out more. Between 14 to 19, some guys can go from being 4'11" to 6'3" though. There's an insane amount of growth that goes on for little dudes. And then Tubby Rumpkins, can you recognize that you being like, oh, I just wanted them to be a little bit taller? Can you recognize that as nitpicking? And then can you maybe extrapolate that further as like, you should do some yoga and then maybe let go of the nitpicking? I know, that's why I don't buy her as older. It's just an HBO production issue, not an actual issue I have with Ramsey. I have no hate in my heart. It's nitpicky though, and the nitpicking is mostly just a symptom of you should take care of yourself better. Yeah. Josh, you are such a fucking loser. You're such a fucking loser. Not even Stream Elements wants to hear from you. Ritus went from 5'2" to 5'3". And then as soon as you get older, Ritus, you'll start shrinking again. Braxy Bear was 6'2" at 12. Oh my god. Oh my god, that must have been so fucking stressful for your body. I mean, 6'2" and probably like, what, 90 pounds? Because when you're 12 years old, your body is just like, there's no amount of food that you can eat to actually like fucking bulk at that age. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get shorter? Fuck yeah. We all shrink, baby, we all shrink. Alpha says I didn't have that kind of growth spurt. God damn. Oh, Josh, you sad, pathetic, disgusting, revolting idiot. Do better. Try harder. I was a swimmer, so it was just all lean muscle mass. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. But I was like, I'm not even gonna say that word. You were not scrawny. Oh, I accidentally one time, that's fucking right, Josh. I one time accidentally said the word scrawny to one of my, like, ex-boyfriends. I was like, get those scrawny little legs over here. And he just, like, immediately shut down and was like, oh, I hate that word. And I was like, I'm so sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. But of course, I wouldn't recognize that, like, it would be really uncomfortable for somebody to have to hear that. It's nitpicky, absolutely. And Tubby Rumpkins, I am encouraging you to then recognize that you being nitpicky is a good thing to recognize, because it means that you are ready to meditate, to relax, and to let go a little bit. That is right there, the most beautiful diagnostic that you could ever give yourself. Growing hair an inch a day is still pretty impressive. Aw, man, I only grew 3/4 of an inch. Growing 3/4 of an inch in one night is still pretty impressive. Yeah, that's how fast Grandpa's shrinking. Oh, I'm as tall as I ever was. It's just his head. It's just his head walking. Even as he's walking past the table, it looks like he's fucking shrinking away. Oh, I love that. Congratulations, Bot Simpson. You are our new radioactive... Wait, what's his name? Is it... What's the sidekick's name? Now I can't remember. I just have Up and Atom. Up and at them. Stuck in my head. Oh, Fallout Boy. Congratulations, Bot Simpson. Oh, Fallout Boy, of course. Like the band. Congratulations, Bart Simpson, you are our new Fallout Boy. Is exactly what I would be saying if you weren't an inch too short. Next! Why, who's that boy? He has all the perfect qualities we're looking for. He didn't sign up for an audition. He must have just come with one of the other kids. Oh, well then it wouldn't be fair to everyone else who signed up. Never mind. That whole episode is so fucking good. I love it. I love it. I can't hear you. I'm wearing a jacuzzi suit. You know what? Mrs. Van Houten in that jacuzzi suit would be a fucking that would be a great Halloween costume for me on Twitch. Just me sitting here in the jacuzzi suit. I can't hear you, son. I know what I want to wear for fucking Halloween. Where's my jacuzzi suit? I want the energy that Josh is getting when I gifted. I haven't gifted in a couple months, so I was kind of confused. Oh, Oh, I apologize. I am so silly. Imagine being grateful for the gifted subs. You disgusting fucking moron. How dare you not gift more? The reality is, if you had actually been doing this fucking properly and simping like a real idiot, you would have been gifting me 20 fucking subs at a time, and then I would have been given the appropriate information to know that you're trash, meant to be crushed under my shoe. Go fuck yourself. It's not my fault that you don't know how to be a fucking simp, you idiot. Jesus. No. What? Are you kidding me? You are the definition of too fucking little, too fucking late. This is the shit that you should have come in on. This is the first step. Now you're just stumbling on your ass. Just like how you guys stumbled upon my ass when you clicked on my Patreon link. Hooray! Ooh, only 204 points away from the 5,000 pillow points. Yay, and then you can get a treat for the pup. Yay. Tubby Rumpkins, you have nothing to apologize for. I'm glad that you shared your perspective because it's also very important for me to recognize that when I get nitpicky and I'm like, I don't like the way this person is talking to me. That is an important lesson for me to recognize that I'm not thinking clearly. I'm not relaxed. I'm not moving through life with the ease that I deserve. Because I'm getting nitpicky. I don't want to get nitpicky. The proton factor? Go ahead and change your fucking name to the proton failure, idiot. Oh, I love a good cozy day of streaming. I'm so glad that I streamed today. I wasn't planning on it. I thought I would like take the whole long weekend and just like loaf around. But I'm so glad that I came and I chatted with you guys and oh, hello puppy. Do you want a treat? Come on up, I'll give you a treat. Come here. Come here, pup. Come on up. I know that you guys didn't redeem the treat for the pup, but she's just such a good puppy. She's just, oh, a big yawn. Oh, she's just a big yawning pupperoni. Oh, shit. That's fucking right, you proton failure. Can I have your paw? Good girl. Can you touch with your snoot? Good girl. And lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Good girl. Good girl. Every single person who meets my dog goes, what a handsome little man. What a gorgeous little guy. And I never correct them. And I never correct them. I go, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And we're better for you streaming today. Yes, that's true. That's true. Except for the proton failure, who's literally just gonna get worse and worse every single day of his fucking life. Because I'm getting better every single day, and we're the opposite. We're the opposite, yes. It's the Victoria Day treat. You're my good puppy. You're my good puppy. Okay, guys. That's me done for the day. That's me out of here. I will be back probably tomorrow. I think I'm gonna wear, yeah. Jesus Christ, tomorrow I'm gonna wear the Proton Factor's face as my face after I skin him alive. Jesus Christ. Oh, goddamn, goddamn, goddamn. Who shall we raid today? Is Ashley streaming? Yes, she is! It's my dream come true. Yay. Let's go, guys. Go hang out with my bisexual queen, Ashley Roboto. Make sure you follow and subscribe. You guys, this dog. Look at her go. Oh my god, the dog. And her face. And she looks over at me like, what? What? You don't love it, Mom? Oh my gosh, this silly little dog. This silly little bean. Oh, I love it when she rubs her face like that. She's petting her own little nose. Have a beautiful day, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.